The Fundamentals of Esoteric Knowledge complete in one volume written by Jean Dubuis in 1995, the author of the present work wrote, "My name is Jean Dubuis. I am, this present day that I write, aged 76 years old, and I have a practice of esotericism of more than half a century. My esoteric researches started when I was 12, after a tremendous inner experience. The invisible world had become for me as true as the world of matter where we live. From that time on, I never ceased trying to understand the nature of this experience, to find means to renew it if possible. This experience had shown me that there was another truth than the one of our visible world. I wished to be able to understand the nature and workings of this ordinarily invisible universe. My researches started with books, where I didn't find much, so my early progress was rather slow. Much later, I found the only book that really helped me, the Sefer Yetzirah. After the ill success of books, I became a member of groups of Rosicrucian or Martinist spirit. I did not find really useful elements there. Their habit of illegitimate secrecy led me far from these groups. It is, in fact, a persevering personal effort that led me to renew my experience, and that resulted in my few contacts with the eternity. From then on, I wrote 3 courses, one on alchemy, one on Kabbalah, and one called The Fundamentals of Esoteric Knowledge. These lessons were finished some 15 years ago and I ensured their distribution for 12 years. This work taught me a lot of things in the field of esoteric teaching. Today I have a lot to add to these lessons. A resident of France, Jean has been a frequent lecturer in that country and in the United States. He was employed by a leading American electronics firm for 40 years, and has an extensive background in physics and electronics. Jean founded a group in France around 1984 to disseminate his work, and to conduct group research. The association, Les Philosophies de la Nature, or LPN, ceased operations several years ago and was legally dissolved in 1999. Its English-language counterpart, The Philosophers of Nature, closed on December 31, 1999. Triad Publishing is now the sole publisher of these courses for the English language, duly authorized by Mr. Dubuis. Jean's research was based on some of the classical texts in these fields, such as the Sefer Yetzirah, and works of MacGregor Mathers in Kabbalah, as well as The Golden Chain of Homer, and the works of numerous alchemists including Flamel, Becker, and Hollandus. These courses are not, however, mere reworks of library books by some scholar. The emphasis of Mr. Dubuis has been in practical work, and the courses are meant to support experimentation. Originally both associations sent the lessons a few at a time to their subscribers, so that one lesson was studied each month. It was required that the Spagyrics, Plant Alchemy, course of 48 lessons be received before taking the Alchemy course, which expanded in time to have 84 lessons. Similarly, the Kabbalah course of 72 lessons was to be studied progressively. The course Fundamentals of Esoteric Knowledge was developed and eventually became a prerequisite to the other courses. Dubuis wrote in the introduction to this course, "When we founded the association Les Philosophies de la Nature, no organization accessible to the public was in existence, at least in France, that clarified or disocculted esoteric disciplines such as alchemy and Kabbalah. However, since esoteric and philosophical groups have been in existence for quite a long time, we assumed that the individuals who chose to join us had a certain amount of esoterics background and knowledge. However, as time passed, it became obvious that, even though a number of members had spent a greater or lesser amount of time in such groups, most did not have the esoteric knowledge we assumed they had when we wrote the lessons. The present class, Fundamentals of Esoteric Knowledge, is an effort to remedy this situation. This course is, perhaps, Mr. Dubuis' finest publication to date. It provides a synthesis of a number of important ideas in esoteric studies, and provides a suitable foundation for a novice, as well as for an experienced worker to understand the courses in Kabbalah, Spagyrics and alchemy. It does, however, stand alone as a course. We have heard from numerous long-time students of esoteric groups who say that they have learned more from this course than in several years of study with their association. Just as we will recommend that the course, Fundamentals of Esoteric Knowledge, be studied and put into practice before beginning the work of the Kabbalah or the spagyrics and alchemy courses. We must urge the student to work with spagyrics before beginning the mineral alchemy work. This is for numerous reasons. The plant kingdom is traditionally where the principles and practices of alchemical work are learned. The plant kingdom is relatively safe for experimentation, and the costs are minimal because plants are readily available, and the equipment required is not particularly specialized. In this rather forgiving and gentle realm, a student can learn the skills and manipulations, which have many parallels in the work on minerals and metals. The theoretical aspects of alchemy, which are the foundation for all practice, can be learned more readily using plants than with metals. Further, the mineral courses are written with the assumption that the person has studied all of the spagyrics courses. There are many references to ideas and techniques which are explained fully in the spagyrics course, and which are absolutely necessary to benefit from the course on mineral work. Our association with Mr. Dubuis began as earnest students of his lessons, around 1988, when they were first translated into English. Our personal relationship began in 1992, at a seminar in Canada, and we have shared many delightful and magical times together in the US and in France since that time. Lesson 1: Introduction. When we founded the association, the Philosophers of Nature, no organization accessible to the public was in existence, at least in France, that clarified or disocculted esoteric disciplines such as alchemy and Kabbalah. However, since esoteric and philosophical groups have been in existence for quite a long time, we assumed that the individuals who chose to join us had a certain amount of esoterics background and knowledge. However, as time passed, it became obvious that, even though a number of LPN members had spent a greater or lesser amount of time in such groups, most did not have the esoteric knowledge we assumed they had when we wrote the lessons. The present class, Fundamentals of Esoteric Knowledge, is an effort to remedy this situation. This class comprises 12 lessons which deal with the following subjects: 1. Basic esoteric principles and general principles of social and human behavior. 2. Creation, the macrocosm, nature. 3. Creation, the microcosm, man. 4. Passive symbolism. 5. Active symbolism, the word. 6. Numbers and cycles. 7. Meditation, prayer, ritual. 8. Powers. 9. The secret sciences. 10. Universal justice. 11. The 7 commandments of the Pharma Fraternitatis. 12. Service and the invisible order. It was our intention that this class should last for 12 months only, and not for years. Therefore, it may seem very concentrated at times. This difficulty will promptly disappear with the work which consists in rereading the content of the lessons often and in actually performing the exercises which are suggested. The goal of the class is not to pass on to you a mini encyclopedia of esoteric knowledge but to provide a basis, a springboard, toward the individual in our path. For this reason, apart from the material on the cultural aspects of esotericism, the class offers a personal method of initiation that strives to detach itself from ancient or modern egregores. This method, which includes meditation exercises, is based on a numeric and geometric symbolism of a universal nature which, as a matter of fact, renders it less prone to the sway of the various egregores. See lesson #1. This condition assists the student in acquiring the necessary inner freedom. Whoever takes this class and does not wish to undertake the proposed initiatory work is free to act as he pleases. The present lesson develops a knowledge which is neither alchemical nor Kabbalistic but which is in accordance with the knowledge coming from many years of operative work in these disciplines and others. This class won't deal with a specific discipline, except in the case of examples. Let's also specify that we cannot avoid presenting elements which already exist in the other classes or in articles of the newsletter, The Little Philosopher, or The Stone. It should be noted that the concepts developed in this class are essentially of Western origin and more specifically Mediterranean. While you study, do not lose sight of the fact that there are two complementary esoteric aspects: the intellectual aspect which permits us to sow seeds into the unconscious, the inner aspect which is the source of the knowledge coming to us. This knowledge can only be transmitted through the path said to be, of the heart. There are two tools to be used in the study of esotericism, the brain and the heart. The brain sows, the heart harvests. Ora et labora. Out of unity you arise. The return to unity is your destiny. The mind discovers the path of return while the heart provides the key to each stage along the way. Dear friend, basic esoteric principles. What is esotericism? What do we mean by esoteric? This is the first point we need to examine. Etymologically, this word means inner or that which is reserved for the adepts, for those inside, as opposed to what is public, what is done outside, and therefore is exoteric. However, this is clearly an insufficient definition to provide you with a satisfactory idea of the esoteric reality. As we do not wish to use an a priori definition, we should agree, right at the beginning, that it is impossible to define this term at this time because the esoteric experience which transforms an a priori definition into personally experienced knowledge cannot be offered at the beginning of the initiatory path. Glimpses of the origin of the being. It is impossible to be a student and later an esoteric adept without accepting, in the beginning, several axioms. The truth of these axioms is progressively unveiled through inner contacts. The first point, the Absolute is the origin of the whole. The second point, the essence of the Absolute is the source of man. The third point, the whole manifestation only has one aim, to make out of zero, which is the seed of man in the Absolute, the Infinite. Starting with the Absolute, the hierarchy of forces and energies in a descending order is as follows: being, consciousness, life, matter. The being issues from the void and creates consciousness. As soon as consciousness is, it creates life for its own need for evolution. Life creates matter as a field for the experiments it needs to conduct. These points will be developed later. The interest in esotericism. If you are interested in esotericism, it is because you feel a certain inner yearning, a certain necessity to understand things, and to understand yourself. This yearning indicates that you have passed the initiation of the nadir, the moment when involution leads you to the densest point of matter. See Lesson 3. This search for knowledge, for a coherent understanding of the world, cannot be satisfied by science or religion. Therefore we turn to esoteric disciplines in the hope of finding the answer to our inner quest, which is more or less unconscious when it first arises. In effect, and you can verify this, esotericism leads, step by step, to an experiential certitude, to a coherent and satisfactory knowledge of the world. In the beginning, however, you need a freely given faith and trust as the driving elements of your work. This faith gradually disappears to be replaced in turn by knowledge. Be very cautious while you move in the domain of faith because, while it can be a motivating force in the beginning, it can also lead you to accept inconsistent ideas and the worst superstitions. Physical consciousness and superconsciousness, in the esoteric sciences, regardless of your choice of discipline, each must find his own truth by breaking through one's inner barriers. In the profane world, man's psyche is divided into two zones, the conscious and the unconscious. In fact, the latter is not unconscious. In man, the unconscious is the superconsciousness, the higher self, which is permanently in contact with the universal whole. The necessities of involution have constructed barriers which, in every being, separate, more or less firmly, the different levels of consciousness existing between the higher self and the physical consciousness. The true initiation, the true aim of esotericism is to first render these barriers transparent and later eliminate them as barriers and re-establish the connection with the superconsciousness. The intellect, a helper or an obstacle? The intellect is the first problem the beginner has to face. Some esoteric schools say it is an obstacle for the initiatory path, but they use it anyway. The problem is that the knowledge and the methods which permit the penetration of the inner domain are transmitted and acquired through the channel of the intellect. This problem becomes a real hindrance when the intellect ceases to be a medium and instead becomes a goal or an end in itself. It should be clear that, on the one hand, the language of the physical intellect which sustains the consciousness of this world is not the language of the superconscious. On the other hand, if we wish to begin a dialogue between these two levels of consciousness, we must rely on symbolism, which is the only thing that can cross the inner barriers at the beginning of the path. The principle of this dialogue is as follows. The intellect transmits or attempts to transmit mental images, such as it understands them on its own level, to the inner consciousness. The latter digests them and sends them back while also striving to transmit its own truth to the physical intellect of man. Thus, little by little, the effect of the inner barriers diminishes and there can become open borders which are crossed without a passport. This implies that the work should be done methodically. Conditions for esoteric work. A. The choice of the time. The best time for esoteric study is the evening just before going to bed. When you cannot study, then mentally and silently review the previous studies. These should be the last thoughts of the day before you fall asleep. This is important because the moment of passage from the waking state to the sleeping state is the moment where the inner barriers partially move away, in a physical psychical sense. Conversely, when we wake up, the barriers rise, in a physical, psychical sense. Do not think about the problems of the new day, and try to remain in a mentally void state for a moment, so you can receive the inner message. Note your physical interpretation of the message in a notebook and put the date on it. Note it down as soon as possible, otherwise this volatile knowledge evaporates and disappears. B. The notebook. From a practical point of view, it is useful to divide this notebook into 7 sections. The first section is dedicated to the period from Friday night to Saturday morning, the next section to the night of Saturday to Sunday and so on. Each Friday night, meditate on the experiments of the first section of the book, each Saturday night on the ones of the second section of the book, etc. You will notice that the knowledge written on the same nights, those of the same sections of the notebook, is complemented each week. Check and see if the experiments on the same nights of the week do not follow a lunar cycle. This point will be developed further, later. We shall see then why the night of Friday to Saturday is the holy night, and, consequently, the first night of the esoteric week. C. The oratory. An oratory is very useful in esoteric work. It can be a small room or place in a room or a closet, even a suitcase. This room only becomes an oratory at the moment of esoteric, inner and outer, work. The mental attitude of the student creates the oratory. It is better to be alone to do the work that needs to be done. At the most, your mate can be present. No animal should be allowed in the oratory during the work, no matter what relationship you have to the pet. Animals have not passed the nadir initiation and therefore, the cosmic pressure in them is the reverse of the one exerted on those who work esoterically. The occult forces of dogs particularly, and even more that of cats, which were used in Egyptian magic, can only bring trouble to those who do not master them. If the oratory is a room with multiple uses, the pet can be allowed in but put outside during the hours of esoteric work. General principles of human and social behavior. The secret. At one time, there was a very intense watchfulness to make sure that the law of secrecy was enforced, as it was feared that personal initiation would shatter temporal power. There are still a number of erroneous ideas about the law of secrecy. The fact that its reality is so misunderstood is the source of the troubles of modern society. If the esoteric reality had actually been more widely distributed, it could either have given birth to a philosophy, religion, or it would have forced exoteric religions to reconsider their dogmas. In both cases, the compatibility of science/religion would have been greater, materialism less pronounced, and the current anxiety about life and death considerably diminished. This anxiety is the basis of many current problems. The law of secrecy is used by many pseudo-masters, gurus and others, as a means of hiding their ignorance, of giving themselves importance while remaining quiet about their very modest knowledge, or allowing people to believe that they are the only ones granted the authority to open or close the gate of the temple. This is the negative aspect of secrecy. We state that everything which can help, everything which leads to the gate of the temple can be and should be revealed to anyone who wishes to advance on the esoteric path. It is also understood that he should work and in turn, share the information with others, the secrets which were unveiled. Indeed it is said, "Give and thou shalt receive." There is no problem created in revealing alchemical, Kabbalistic or initiatory secrets, because they can only be used practically by those who have attained the proper inner state, that is, by whoever is already engaged on the path of wisdom. On the other hand, the inner experience, or that which the initiate finds behind the veil of the temple should remain a secret. Everyone should find it on his own. It is indeed a supra-intellectual knowledge which can only be expressed by the word and not by human speech. An attempt to transmit our own inner revelations to another will burden him with a responsibility he may not be in a position to assume. Moving the veil of the temple for someone else demonstrates a lack of wisdom which definitely slows the author down on his own path. In summary, do not hide the processes which lead to knowledge, but keep very quiet about the nature of the experiments and experiences which result from the access to this knowledge. A similar rule can be observed in the profane world, where, without playing with the secret, discretion and reserve are often necessary for two very different reasons. First, in blindly entrusting people with our projects and intentions, we take the risk of triggering negative actions from those who would want to destroy us. We should therefore be watchful. Second, the fact of speaking about difficulties, in work, finances, health, engages the power of the word. The problems then crystallize, become fixed, more complex and harder to resolve. Avoid giving them much force through speech or even through writing, which also has the same effect, in this domain. Appetites. The adepts who have advanced on the esoteric path say that the heart of man vibrates on all levels and is thus a very significant guide. Love is the expression of the heart, not that of sexuality or sentimentality. Love is generosity in understanding, in the help given to others. This does not mean we should attempt to make others happy following our own conception of their happiness. True generosity consists in respecting the freedom of others. On the subject of appetites, sexuality, food and drink, the rule which applies here is no excess and no asceticism. Asceticism is to be avoided because it dries the body up and therefore makes it inaccessible to true spiritual energies. There can be times where you may wish to reduce the intake of food, but this is only for a certain period of time, and it is only necessary when you can really understand the mechanisms which justify this behavior. Sexuality is part of creation and therefore has a value and use beyond that of procreation. Without completely agreeing with the tantric point of view which speaks of a purely sexual initiatory path which is not suitable to Westerners, we believe that a regular life as a couple can help in the balancing of the inner energies. The opposite polarities of man and woman can be reciprocally balanced. The original man was androgynous, and this androgynous state is partially re-established in following the lifestyle of a normal physical couple. Let's point out that homosexual couples, male or female, are not to be considered as being on a path leading to androgyny. Asceticism can dry the heart and can also be a handicap on the path. However, a solitary life may not have any drawbacks if a sufficient mental generosity can vivify the heart. In all this, each should progressively find what suits him best, because there is probably a best solution for each one to find for himself. Knowledge and freedom. The first great step on the esoteric path is made when you succeed in presenting yourself and knocking at the gate of the temple. But the gate only opens when the one who knocks is a free knower. Man can acquire different portions of knowledge which are not of the same nature nor of the same value. At the beginning of this study, this knowledge can be classified in two categories. The first is the knowledge resulting from the study of nature. This knowledge is real and does not change. If you study it in the right way, alchemists call it the fixed knowledge. So also is the knowledge acquired through physics, chemistry, alchemy, astronomy, astrology, etc. In this domain, man cannot have an influence upon the laws he is learning. He can only use these laws if he obeys them. You can only dominate nature by obeying it. On the other hand, the second category of knowledge comes from human conventions such as civil laws, even though these strive to reflect the general principles of the equilibrium found in nature. This knowledge is transmitted through customs, social life, and even more so through religious dogmas. It is an artificial knowledge created by man and is modified by changes in society or religion. Ponder this. It is important to do so, because our superconscious cannot accept elements of knowledge that are contrary to the laws of nature. Human conventions do not concern the superconscious. Therefore, it is almost useless to attempt transmitting them, except for a small point of ethics, the point concerning our attitude toward the society we live in. Only the initiate is a free being. Physical freedom depends upon the society we live in and upon our position in this society. True liberation, however, is obtained through mental cleansing. During the course of ordinary life, many people renounce certain behaviors or satisfactions simply because they are obsessed by false values which impregnate their physical consciousness. This impregnation is the result of social customs, religious dogmas or even civil laws which have no relation to the principles of nature or the inner structures of man. We can thus observe many mental blocks. Each one must cleanse in himself all that which hinders the broadening of his point of view, his tolerance, and his generosity of heart. In no event should you fall in love with your ideas. Compare the new with that which you already have and choose what seems best. You should be willing to let go of old ideas. The egregores, we have serious reasons in insisting that each student work on acquiring the greatest possible mental freedom for himself in the physical world. Genuine initiation is a complete liberation. How can your higher self help you to liberate yourself if you don't do it for yourself in the realm already accessible to you? A second significant reason for insisting on this point is the subject of the egregores. What is an egregore? It is the psychic and astral entity of a group. All members of a group, a family, a club, a political party, a religion or even a country, are psychically included in the egregore of the organization to which they belong. Of course, each of us belongs to several egregores at once. Therefore, each individual who is involved in a group receives the influences of the egregores, that is the astral counterpart of the group, in his psyche. This process is unconscious. The resulting drawbacks are, first, some perpetuating psychic influences in the majority of cases, and second, a restriction of inner freedom. It is impossible to free oneself from certain egregores, for example the egregores of the country you live in. However, we should free ourselves from all egregores which are not essential. An egregore actually grows by drawing support from the members which constitute it who, in turn, through their repeated actions vivify it, somehow helping it to maintain its power. For a beginner, this is where the danger lies, all the more because of the tendency of man to seek protection, the price of which is often a loss of freedom. We should emphasize here that the association the philosophers of nature does not perform any group ritual in order to reduce the influence of its egregore to a minimum. Be cautious. The eternal wisdom is such that we are bomb where things are best for our evolution, contrary to what it sometimes may seem, and therefore mental freedom should not transform us into dropouts or misfits. It should simply open the freedom of the inner path while liberating us from unnecessary obstacles. Positive thinking, an element which is also very important for success on the esoteric path, is the elimination of the negativity of the mind. Strive to see the positive side of things, to a priori grant the positive part. After studying and pondering a question, form your point of view, be aware of its negative aspect but first strive to see its positive side however weak it may be. We'll examine in Lesson 5 the influence of the word. As we know that man's speech is in relation to, in resonance with the word, we should avoid words or sentences of a negative connotation or quality. Rather than directly affirming the negative aspect of a thing, it is better to positively express the reverse of its negative characteristic. For example, if by the word, you wish to influence the weather, do not formulate it as, I wish for the rain, as most people consider the rain, consciously and unconsciously, a hindrance, but rather ask that the earth may receive the water that it needs to satisfy its hunger and thirst. In the same sphere of mind influence, if you do not at first feel well inclined toward an individual, attempt a contact first to verify if a harmony can be established or not. In the same way, when an idea or project is presented, do not refuse it immediately. Always grant yourself some time to think it out, to meditate before you give your response, and examine both aspects well, the positive and the negative, but always start with the positive. Work in the oratory general principles. We have already spoken about some aspects of the oratory and shall now complete the discussion of this subject in view of what we need to accomplish during this class. The setup: it is best to put a room aside solely for this purpose. 6 feet x 6 feet is enough. This is not essential, however. Preferably a small wooden altar, otherwise a small table. Any other support is fine. a comfortable chair or an armchair, a mirror in which you can see your head and chest, 2 candle holders, an incense burner binder divided into sections, means of regulating the light, electrical or solar, sound insulation as best as you can, comfortable temperature, sufficient ventilation, preparation before you enter the oratory, cleanse yourself with water. Take a shower and meditate on the water cleansing your body. Put clean clothes on. Drink a glass of water, mens sana in corpore sano. Rules to be applied in the oratory: A. Intellectual work: study the lessons, repeat the exercises, take notes. Always read the proposed exercise completely before doing it. The altar can be used as a support to write upon if you do not have any other support available. Normal lighting. You can also burn some incense. B. Esoteric work: weak or no electrical light. Lesson 2: Creation, the macrocosm, nature. Usually, the beginning teaching of esoteric schools presents creation from 2 perspectives: the macrocosm, all of creation, both visible and invisible; the microcosm, man. The macrocosm, or creation, is the framework in which man involves and then evolves. We shall start with the study of the macrocosm, utilizing a concept somewhat common to Western esoteric disciplines. This concept is also found in the East, but in a different form. If there is a difference between Eastern and Western teachings, it is more in the choice of the names rather than in the premise of the concept. We shall use the simplest terms and images in order to clarify, as best we can, views that are very complex. In the beginning, there is the One, or the Absolute Being, or the Great Whole. The manifest and the unmanifest proceed from the One. The macrocosm and the microcosm proceed from the manifested world. Now that we have stated that much, let's add that creation occurs in 3 stages: A. The emanation of the primary energy; B. The differentiation which creates duality in energy; C. The condensation or coagulation of energy into matter, emanation of the primary energy. All of creation arises from a subtle energy which seems to emanate from the void and which feeds and forms the totality of the galaxies of the universe. The word void, which is used by some schools, doesn't satisfy us. We much prefer the term non-manifest. The energy is in the universe, it is manifest; the energy is not in the universe, it is non-manifest. But it is. This energy can be grasped as the essence of the One, of the Absolute Being. An Indian analogy seems to fit here. Brahma breathes out, the world manifests, energy appears. Brahma breathes in, the world disappears, and progressively the energy returns to the non-manifest. This gigantic breath, which lasts about 1 billion years, is the great and fundamental cycle of the universe. It is the rhythm of the machine universe in its work of making gods. This cycle progressively guides the seed of being from the zero of the beginning to the infinity of the return. Transformation of the energy after its emanation. It is difficult to explain or describe the primary energy. The most we can say is that it is an impulse to be. As soon as it emanates, it goes first through a irration densification, a preparation coagulation. That is to say, its nature breaks away from the original, almost void. This energy doesn't densify in a continuous way, as it actually occurs in stages. There are 10 stages corresponding to 10 different densities. The most dense, the 10th, corresponds to the matter of our world. These stages are indicated in figure #1, p.13, only the first 3 are concerned with the ion densification phase. During this phase, the energy is prepared but not yet realized. It also creates conditions necessary for duality in the form which manifests at the 4th stage. Differentiation of the energy, say figure 2, p.14, at the 3rd and 4th stages, the energy becomes the prima materia of the alchemists, the chaos of the Bible, spiritus mundi for others, etc. At stage 4, the potential duality of the energy is realized as it is differentiated into its active and passive components. Since the 2 parts are equivalent, they form the first symmetry of the universe. Note that the energies resulting from this division are more dense and less subtle than the primary energy. The differentiation is repeated on each energy which results from the differentiation, and so, little by little, the subtle energy acquires the heavy density of our world. We should note that in all things of our world, the 10th stage, the 10 levels of density are present, the 10th is visible, and the 9 others belong to the realm of the invisible. Duality appears with the first differentiation. In a sense, we can say that at that very moment the unitary state disappears and the potentiality for space-time appears. Duality provides energy with a twofold attribute: 1. The active energy which constitutes the elements of life, 2. The passive energy which constitutes the elements of matter. It is only in the alchemical text, the Golden Chain of Homer, that we find a few explanations on this subject. In this text, the energy of life is called niter and the energy of matter is called salt. Then, the first energy, the energy of life in turn is divided and gives the first two elements, fire and air. In the same way, the first energy of matter is divided and gives the two other elements, water V and earth V. The transformation of energy into matter, life and consciousness, A. The four elements fire A, air A, earth V and water V correspond to energies and have nothing to do with the material bodies which go by the same name. At most, the material bodies can carry these energies. As a matter of fact, the four elements are present in everything and each of them carries within itself the 10 levels of energy previously mentioned. Thus, in our world, everything which is made of matter contains 40 types of energies and the differences in their mutual relationships determines the nature of the matter and its degree of life and consciousness. Thus, in the mineral realm, matter contains a little of the elements fire and air but more of the element water and a major proportion is the element earth. In the vegetable realm, plants do not have much of the elements fire and earth but a good quantity of the elements water and air. In the animal realm, there is a large amount of the element fire. The greatest amount is in man. The element air is present but there is not much of the element earth. In the three realms, the degree of life and consciousness varies in power. The animating life force is ruled by the element fire. The fire-air combination forms the soul of things, that is, the life capable of animating matter because fire cannot, on its own, communicate its energy to matter. The animal realm contains the most fire. It is the most alive as opposed to the mineral realm which contains little fire and is therefore the less alive. The animal physical death is the drawing away of the elements air and fire, or the soul which animated the body. B. The three principles, to animate the three realms. The energies of the elements are divided into three principles/groups. Fire cannot be directly united with water and earth, the elements of matter. That is why the presence of air is necessary in the soul. The alchemists call this soul principle sulfur in order for the energies of life to transmit their influence into matter. A second principle is necessary. It contains the air of life and the water of matter. This connecting principle is called the spirit and the alchemists call it Mercury. In mythology, the function of Mercury is to be the messenger of the gods. He establishes the link between the world of spirit and the world of matter. The symbol of the Caduceus, Ace, the two intertwined serpents, represent the points where foe energies life and matter meet. The body is the third principle. It is comprised of the elements water and earth. The receiving of the influences of the soul which are transmitted through the spirit, occurs through the element water. The alchemists call this water-earth principle, the salt copyright. The same is true in man, but the principles exist at the highest level. The terms sulfur, mercury and salt have nothing to do with the physical bodies bearing these names. Water, the suffet of planetary energies. The cosmic energies act upon matter through the element water. This element is essentially contained in all liquids although the other three elements are also present in lesser proportions. Therefore if a body is rich in water or it is in a liquid state, it will receive astrological influences more significantly. These astrological influences are planetary manifestations occurring at different levels, see figure #1, p.13. When rainwater or the snow of high mountains haven't been contaminated, they are rich in life energy. The life principle is only released when the snow melts because the solid state fixes the energies and prevents their escape. In the homeopathic domain, the explanation of how the dilutions function doesn't take into consideration the sensitivity of the liquid state to vital and astral energies. Of the three realms, the animal realm, and man in particular, is the most sensitive to astrological influences. Plants are less sensitive to astrological influences because they have a lower liquid density. Solid bodies, such as minerals and metals, are practically not touched by astrological influences. Only Mercury, which is a metal in the liquid state at room temperature, is subject to astrological influences. To be affected by these influences, other metals must be transformed into a salt and then dissolved in water. Space-time and the densification of matter. Let's return to the space-time aspect of duality. Simple observation shows that, at the level of our world, time is bound to space. There is no way that motion through a given space would not take a certain amount of time. Conversely, the measurement of time can only happen through either a motion or a movement in space. We can actually imagine, although in a practical way it is mentally inconceivable, that space and time result from the differentiation of the unique principle, eternity, a principle which is one aspect of the primary energy. Consciousness cannot travel from eternity to the space-time of our world or vice versa in one great step without significant alterations. This transduction or mutation occurs in 7 steps called the 7 days of creation. The spiritual reading of this subject in Genesis provides several indications. The rest of the 7th day, which corresponds to our world, symbolizes the fact that at this level man is asleep to the spiritual realities of other space-times with which he has momentarily lost contact. Note that there are only 7 days of creation, because, as we saw in Figure 1, p.13, in the 3 higher levels of energy, space-time exists in a potential state and is only manifested in the 4th. The 10 levels of density of energy constitute the 10 stages of the involution and devolution, see Figure 1. Each level from 9 to 4 included constitutes one of man's inner worlds. The 3 higher levels, which form a whole, form eternity without space-time, in an eternal present. The 7 lower levels, which form a second group, belong to the realm of time. Each level does not constitute a world, except for the last one, but a level of consciousness in man, where all things exist on the same density level. In our world, the 10th, the energies of heat, light, and electricity have adapted to the density of our matter. Man's consciousness has also adapted to this 10th density. This allows him to perceive with his senses and it makes his life and devolution possible at this level. If you wish to obtain an approximate image of the higher levels, imagine all these things to become lighter, subtler while remaining coherent in relation to each other. A conscious and coherent life is thus possible at every level. Only genuine initiations, regardless of the method used to obtain them, can provide a correct picture of what these levels are. The causes of the universe, the ancients, Trithemius, Cornelius Agrippa and others have affirmed the existence of a triune hierarchy of powers in the universe, a hierarchy of causes which rule the visible and invisible worlds. The primary cause, the most powerful, is the closest to the absolute in the manifest. Its influence primarily touches levels 1 and 2. The secondary causes according to Trithemius are 7 in number and constitute the second level of power. These 7 causes are often called the 7 double laws, the 7 geniuses of the presence, the 7 geniuses of the throne or the 7 planetary geniuses. Their actions affect level 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. They manage the material world from the invisible world. Finally, the third level of power is our world. It results from the action of the other 2 levels which dominated entirely, except for the area which concerns man's free will. Involution, evolution. Originally, man was potentially an eternal being. The nature of the absolute is such that man cannot realize himself in the eternal world, that is to say in the eternal world, he cannot move from his state of potential being to the state of realized being, or move from zero to the infinite. Through the necessity of his growth, man voluntarily descends into space-time, into the worlds of progressively denser matter. This is involution. When he has gathered the necessary elements, man starts his way back up, he leaves the denser worlds. This is evolution. The end of the journey, the return, is his reintegration into eternity. During this journey, both on the descending path and on the ascending path, there are 10 stages. Man's consciousness must adapt to the 10 levels of energy and matter of creation. The information presented in this lesson is not easy to grasp. Some of it belongs to a realm beyond the intellect. Its several aspects will become clearer in the next lesson, where we shall make the effort to more fully grasp the unitary perspective. Work in the oratory for this lesson and the following ones. Refer to lesson #1 and follow the method suggested there. If you haven't yet obtained a uniform color in the checkerboard exercise, and this is quite possible, continue the exercise. If you obtained the uniform color, go on to the next exercise. Proposed exercise. Concentrating on the mirror. The mirror should be big enough so that you can see your chest to heart level. Lighting can be provided by the 2 candles, one on each side of the mirror, however, they should not be visible in the mirror. The lighting can also come from a variable intensity light control which can be turned slowly on or off. Avoid the appearance of any brilliant point which would be visible in the mirror. The intensity of the light should allow you to clearly see yourself in the mirror, but no more. You should not have any cold sensation. Method. Open your eyes and fix your gaze at the root of your nose in the mirror. There are 3 possibilities. 1. Nothing happens. 2. A sensation of cold in the feet, the legs or the hands comes over you. 3. The mirror, starting from the sides, becomes dark in concentric pulsations. Depending on the result you obtained, if you obtain 1, repeat the exercise from start 5 or 6 times. If you obtain 2, close your eyes and stop the experiment, otherwise you risk a psychically traumatic encounter, although it doesn't incur any real risk, with the guardian of the threshold, the name for the lowest level of perception of our own memories of nature. If you obtained 3, you have achieved the first step in the process. The mirror became dark. Repeat the experiment, and as soon as you reach the black point, focus on your heart with the intention of slowing it down. Little by little the heartbeat decreases and a sensation of peace pervades the being. It is important to accomplish this first result because after repeating the exercise several times, we can influence the heartbeat at will. Thus we can decrease it before we fall asleep and specifically master it in case of violent emotions, which can be useful in later experiments. In the case where 1 or 2 persists, the following solutions are to be considered. A. Attempt the experiment on Monday, preferably during the 3rd hour after sunset. B. Prepare a tea of Veronica for Monday to be taken in the hour following sunrise. If then you reach the black point, still making sure there is no sensation of cold, you may continue the experiment. However, you have reached the crucial point in that the least loss of concentration, the least distraction may break the experiment. Let's suppose that you went on with the process. A small light appears at the exact spot where the black became complete. Following the same rhythmic pulsations as for the appearance of the black, the mirror lights up. Note that these pulsations form a series of concentric waves and are synchronous to the heartbeat. The operator then sees a thing or a character in the mirror which is different from himself. The operator has now, at least once, passed the threshold, and what he perceives now, belongs to the realm of the memories of nature. When this process is completely mastered, and before you start concentrating, completely fill the brain with a chosen subject. Then, one of the aspects of the subject in mind, issuing from the memories of nature, will appear in the mirror. Do not be surprised by the faded appearance of most images. It is because they appear in their lunar form and configuration. If complete failure persists, continue the first step and stop as soon as you feel a sensation of cold. If you succeed, and this is what we wish, do not have a triumphant attitude, remain humble, discreet, do not behave contrary to the ethics of the situation. The mirror exercise is not an exercise in self-hypnosis, it is an exercise based on symbolism. The creation of duality can only happen as a result of the reflection of unity upon itself. The mirror is the symbol of the first phase of creation. Ora et labora. The philosophers of nature. Appendix and figures. Appendix, energy and matter, an article from the Little Philosopher of Nature. Figure #1, condensation of energy into matter of the cosmic egg. Figure #2, emanation of energy. Appendix, energy and matter, article from the Little Philosopher of Nature. Alchemy and Kabbalah have similar concepts of nature, energy and matter. The concepts are not so different in their principles from scientific concepts. However, we can say that they differ in the question of the why and the how. Up to the present day, science has been striving to demonstrate that life proceeds from matter. It did not take the trouble, however, to ponder why both energy and matter exist. The alchemical and Kabbalistic conception of creation is the reverse. In th beginning, there is only the void, there is only a universal impulse for being. This impulse creates energy in the form of consciousness. After this consciousness has been focused, so to speak, it can produce a manifested energy. This energy, which is omnipresent in the universe, is not the light of the sun, or the stars. It is an energy much more subtle, of a spiritual order and, following several condensations, of an ethereal order, energies of the lunar level. In our solar system, the sun transforms this energy into an electromagnetic form. Visible light is only a small portion of this energy. The same occurs in systems existing far away from our galaxy. Modern science says that there is an equivalence between energy and matter and that for a certain quantity of energy we obtain a certain mass of matter. Alchemists and Kabbalists agree with this point of view. Alchemists have been saying for a long time that matter is only condensed light which results from the condensation of astral light. The astral light is compound of the spiritual energies previously mentioned. There must be a way to demonstrate this statement alchemically because several old works describe methods of extracting light from metals. The condensation of light into matter doesn't occur in one single step. Light, the element fire, coagulates into the element air, then into the element water and finally into the element earth. These elements are collected in the atmosphere through the dew or the rainwater. In the water, the four elements generate two new principles, the Ga, the universal seed, and the archeus, fertilizing the universal seed. The composition of the archeus determines the force and the direction. The archeus can, from the Ga, generate metals, ores, and also the plants of the vegetable realm without any other seed but the Ga. It can generate beings without utilizing sexuality. You do not need Darwin nor the Bible to understand the evolution of creation, even though both contain a part of the truth. In the beginning of each galactic cycle, consciousness creates that which it needs, then it starts its very slow involution toward the mineral world. As needed, the Ga and the archeus create the nobler metals and ores. When this cycle is complete, consciousness starts the vegetable evolution. Here again, vegetable beings are created according to the needs of evolution. Finally, the animal cycle is started. Again, the Ga and the archeus create beings following the needs of evolution. The progressive changes are the work of nature, the changes of threshold are the work of the Ga and the archeus. Self-consciousness, man's privilege, appears at the end of this cycle. A new type of cycle appears because human consciousness is to reach the galactic dimension through the involution and devolution of the levels of consciousness. Figure #1 The condensation of energy or the cosmic egg. This diagram, figure #1, symbolizes the 10 levels of condensation of matter energy. Above level 1, there is the one or the primary energy, the realm of the uncreated, of the non-manifest. From 2 to 3, the finite infinite border. From 4 to 10, the finite world. From 1 to 10, the created or manifested world. On the left, the 10 stages of the descent with simply the numbers in order. Lesson 3, Creation and Microcosm. Man. Begin with the study of figure #1 on page 13 and keep it in sight for the remainder of this lesson. If you consider his structure as a whole, man, the microcosm or the little cosmos, is an image of the universe. Therefore, he carries in himself all the various energies which are the foundation of the macrocosm or great cosmos. This is how we should understand Hermes Trismegistus' words in the Emerald Table, that which is below equals that which is above and that which is above equals that which is below to perpetrate the miracle of the one thing. We are going to examine the energies we described earlier, but this time we shall concentrate on their relations to and actions at various levels of man's consciousness. Man's higher levels during the manifestation of the primary energy, and while it is still unitary in essence, myriads of focal points appear. Level 1. To get an idea of the process, Just examine how crystals form in a saturated solution and how a great number of shining points appear in the sunlight. This analogy is very inadequate because there is neither time nor space at the level of the unitary essence, and man's temporal brain cannot access the reality of creation at this stage. A mineral involution evolution which creates a mineral consciousness, a vegetable involution evolution which creates a plant consciousness, an animal involution evolution which creates an animal consciousness, at the end of which man's privilege, self-consciousness, appears. After a fourth cycle, universal consciousness appears. It is the path of reintegration. Therefore, each of the focal points represents a potential man, and each one of us on this earth carries in himself the original point of his being. This point is the absolute androgynous man. It is the first of the 10 levels. We previously mentioned that energy densifies in 10 levels or 10 stages of consciousness and density. It occurs in the same way in each focal point of a potential being. At the second level, the division occurs inside, it does not manifest. Man still belongs to the domain of eternity, but he now carries in him the future duality which will result in the appearance of the sexes. At the third level, which still belongs to the domain of eternity, duality is still potential, but a new element appears which is the potentiality of form. These 3 levels are the levels of the universal man, the first Adam, of the Garden of Eden, that is, man's state before his voluntary involution. At these levels, the being is always androgynous. Adam and Eve are only potential, the universal femininity and masculinity are not yet manifest. This androgynous state is always present in each of us, and it is the sole part of our being which will remain till the end of time. Our necessary involution and devolution will, in a sense, form a matrix for and liberate this part of ourselves. The 3 highest levels in man represent the presence called the Divine Trinity by exoteric religions. Man is a god who voluntarily fell from grace to forge, alone, his being and his freedom. All lower levels belong to the various domains of space and time. Time is a creation of Saturn, and, as we mentioned in Lesson 2, Figure 1, Saturn devours his children. All that which issues from time has a beginning and an end. All that which proceeds from eternity is. Man's lower levels are prodigious barriers separates level 3 from level 4. This is the genuine descent into hell. Man leaves eternity for space, time. He leaves the Garden of Eden, second Adam, Adam and Eve. Here and now, duality manifests in every domain, space-time, matter. In the previous lesson, we attempted to explain the densification of the space-time duality. As soon as man enters duality, he loses the androgynous state. The separation of the sexes takes place, but it occurs progressively, as does space/time. There is a densification of the separation of the sexes, not only in man but in all things, which corresponds to the densification of matter and time. Alchemists thus consider the existence of the 3 male metals, the red metals, iron, copper and gold, and the 3 female metals, silver, lead and tin. Only mercury, which is a liquid metal, is considered androgynous. Therefore the 2 polarities exist at all levels of the manifest. The focal point, or man's consciousness, continues its involution into matter and descends, one by one, the steps of Jacob's ladder. We explained in Lesson 2 that each level is coherent, that is to say that the densities matter-energy man remain harmonious, and that conscious life is possible for man of Earth at each level. The goal of creation for this operation of involution is simple, to allow original, man's consciousness to progressively adapt to denser levels so that it can reach the 7th day, level 10, where the density of matter, for all practical purposes, breaks all conspicuous links between man and the higher levels, so that man, who is ignorant of his true identity, can acquire, with almost complete free will, all the elements necessary for his return. He will build himself. At each step of the path he is what he has forged himself to be, in order to become the son of his deeds, at the end of times. Only a unique force, a kind of pressure, acts upon man. This force compels man to evolve, during involution, to descend the levels of consciousness. Then, when he has acquired the various necessary elements, man receives the initiation of the nadir, and the force changes direction. Man is compelled to evolve and to ascend the levels of consciousness, but with the complete freedom of choosing his return path. A genuine initiation is a modification of man's inner structure, ensuring that the contact between the various levels of consciousness is re-established. In the case of the initiation of the nadir, which can only take place when man has attained the lowest level of involution, its effect is not to re-establish the link between the various levels of consciousness, but to reverse the relationship among man's inner forces. Man's consciousness in the various levels. There is a last important point that should be brought up concerning the structure of the levels among themselves. At this highest level, man of eternity who started his involution from level 1, returns to level 1 after his evolution. His state of consciousness is then a consciousness of the totality of the universe, but unitary. At level 10, man is already closer to realized man because his consciousness, in our world, is also unitary. As above so below. It is not the case in the intermediary levels where consciousness is specifically not unitary. At levels 7, 8, 9, which constitute what occultists call the lunar astral world, man's consciousness simultaneously includes the three levels. Man lives in a triple space-time because this world contains 3 days of creation. It is the same for levels 4, 5, 6, which constitute the solar astral world. It is necessary to meditate on the lunar astral and solar astral worlds in order to be able to interpret the experiences of conscious contact on the one hand, and fleeting images or perceptions on the other hand. Only when you have reached the highest levels of consciousness in the lunar or solar world, does your consciousness simultaneously include the 3 inner worlds. The planet's influence on man. In addition, the various levels of density have been assigned to planets and corresponding organs of the human body. Knowing these correspondences is of importance for a practical application of esotericism. In order to understand the planet's influence upon man, it is first necessary to reverse the current scientific concepts according to which life proceeds from matter. Every esoteric adept is progressively and eventually led to the following concept. First, there is the being. The being creates consciousness for his evolutionary needs. Consciousness creates life. Life creates matter in order to possess the appropriate support and matrix for its activities and realization. A second concept should be considered. The universe is a gigantic man. Our galaxy is a living being with the 10 levels of consciousness, and in a similar way but at a lower level, so is our solar system. The organization, or rather the physical manifestation of the solar being, is different from that of man. But you can find the same 10 levels of consciousness. Each planet exists because it is the material, concrete form of a level of consciousness at the focal point of its energy. The levels are equivalent in man and in the solar being, therefore there is a harmonious link between them and a reciprocal action of one upon the other. Each planet has a twofold aspect which corresponds to the duality of its level. The cosmic wind. When primary energy leaves eternity for space-time, it takes on a double, active and passive aspect, but separates into several types of energy. As the white light of the sun splits into beams of colored lights when it passes through a prism, so does the energy crossing the abyss, split into 7 colors, into 7 different aspects, each of which has a double, active and passive polarity. Each of these colors of energy is in tune with a planetary genius, a second cause, lesson 2, and a planet, and forms one of the consciousness levels of the manifest world. A new aspect of this energy appears simultaneously which activates the drive for evolution. It is a kind of pressure of being, as previously mentioned, or a cosmic wind. It is not easy to speak of the cosmic wind because the name used for this subject has already been confused by misinterpretations by individuals analyzing the sacred texts of the Christian religions. Before he crosses the veil of the abyss while he still belongs to the domain of eternity, man is called Elohim, and his structure is tuned to the unspeakable Hebrew word that is, the 4 letters of the Tetragrammaton, Yod He Vav He. Hebrew is read from right to left. The study of this name is interesting. We have the letter Yod, which represents the universal active principle, and the set He Vav He, which represents the universal passive principle. The double occurrence of He symbolizes the preponderance of the passive aspect in the being during the descent. Vav can be considered a symbol of knowledge, both in the form of temptation of knowledge or in the form of acquired knowledge. When the abyss is being crossed, as we saw, Yod is separated from He Vav He. Adam and Eve separate from the androgynous being. Thus androgynous man carries in himself the double, male and female, passive and active aspect, but in the form of duality, whereas before the abyss was crossed the whole was unitary and undivided. Now the cosmic wind is going to influence man by urging him, in his dual or double aspect, to journey through matter. The involutionary force, Satan, influences the principles he and therefore constrains man to descend into matter, one step at a time, until he is covered with the skins of beasts, that is, incarnated in the material human body of earth. The whole biblical narrative about the serpent, Eve and Adam is an allegory of this descent into the material world. When man has descended all the way down to level 10, the world we live in, he experiences a sequence of incarnations until he acquires the adequate mental structure for him to grow. Then, he receives from the invisible the initiation of the nadir. At that moment, the principle yod of the duality becomes dominant and will dominate, for the duration of the evolution, the principle he which used to dominate the principle yod during involution. For man who receives the initiation of the nadir, the return journey toward eternity has begun. The Satan aspect no longer has a hold on him. Now the Lucifer aspect dominates. Do not forget that Lucifer is the light bearer. The light which is carried by this aspect of the cosmic wind will bring the enlightenment needed for the return journey. Now the temptation of light replaces the temptation of darkness, the temptation of matter. Satan and Lucifer are not individuals beings, but they are the resultants of the influence of the cosmic wind appropriate to man's state. When passive is stronger, the action of the wind is Satan, involution, that is, the descent into the darkness of matter. When active is stronger, the action of the cosmic wind is then Lucifer, evolution, that is, the return to the eternal light. Another double aspect of the cosmic wind is good and evil. During involution, good is that which provokes things toward the descent, evil that which makes them ascend. During evolution, good is that which helps ascend and evil that which hinders, in particular, attachment to the leaden weight of matter. In fact, it is good to meditate on Saturn's lead, level 3, and on the presence of the same symbol on the junction, allowing one to pass the veil of birth and death. Note: concerning the following terms, active, passive, positive, negative, and descent or fall, confusion should be avoided. In fact, these words have become loaded with unconscious meanings as time has passed, and consequently have been unconsciously confused with the notions of good and evil. However, in nature, this is not the case. The positive is the acting energy, the negative is the energy constituting the element which is acted upon. One is necessary for the other. If one is missing, action is impossible. In the case of the double laws, the positive aspect of the law provokes the ascent, the densification, but it can occur only if densification, descent, has been previously accomplished. The descent or densification takes place when the passive, or negative, aspect has priority. The ascent or densification occurs if the active, or positive, aspect of energy has priority. Energy is neither good nor evil, it is. The previous lesson and this one which completes it are the hardest to grasp in the entire class of Fundamentals of Esoteric Knowledge. We recommend that you study them frequently until you can easily achieve an inner resonance with the ideas. Oratory work always follow the rules of Lesson 1 proposed exercise, meditation on Saturn. Start with the mirror exercise. Lesson 2, close your eyes as soon as you reach the black or just before you become submerged by the cold if such is the case. Visualize the symbol of Saturn, that is, obtain a mental picture of it in your mind. As soon as you successfully visualize it, do not think of anything. When the meditation is complete, note the symbols or the lessons you perceived or experienced. Be very careful, you may experience a feeling of eternity. Close the work as previously indicated. This exercise is for those who successfully completed the checkerboard exercise and the mirror exercise. It is for those only. Make haste but slowly. Note: meditation is a passive action, we are being meditated. The active aspect corresponds to the work of visualization. The passive aspect corresponds to the stage where we no longer think. This state of passivity should be maintained so you can hear the answer. Especially at first, the answer is weak and the smallest residual or parasitic mental activity can drown it out. A progressive but complete mental silence is necessary. Try to do as the fisherman does. The fisherman throws in the bait and waits until the fish bites. How to use the notebook. Lesson 1. Write down your night experiences in the oratory, regularly. Before you go to bed, examine the notebook. On Monday night, for example, study the night or oratory experiences of the previous Monday night and that of the previous Mondays. Particularly focus on the Monday for weeks earlier. Thus fix in your memory what happened sensibly at the same lunar phase as the one you find yourself in. For the oratory, review the experiments which followed the work proposed with time and improvements. You can practice the same exercise on the same day of the week. It is best to do so. Ora et labora. The Philosophers of Nature Appendix and Figure. Appendix, the Zero and the Infinite, article from the Little Philosopher. Figure #1, Man and the Universe. Appendix #1 The Zero and the Infinite article from the Little Philosopher. When one is on the mystical path, the belief that man's existence is limited to a single passage on earth does not seem logical nor rational. As soon as intuition, inner experience, or a kind of mental pressure leads us to conceive of man as an evolving being, the only coherent explanation of existence seems to be that man begins at zero and moves toward the infinite. Indeed, when evolution has started, what obstacle could restrain it before it reaches the infinite stage? It is obvious that man cannot pass from zero to the infinite during the course of his life on earth, as long as it may be. In addition, if this life were man's sole experience, the differences in conditions and duration could bring him to doubt the equity of the creative power. Thus, logically, we are led to admit the plurality of man's experiences, whether this plurality is lived on earth or elsewhere. Nowadays, a growing number of people agree on the idea of reincarnation. Some find that it explains and justifies the apparent injustices of this world, others believe they have reminiscences from a faraway past. But our position as practitioners of experimental mysticism somewhat differs from all that is generally said on the subject. First, we say that only personal inner experience can reveal the essence of the other planes of existence different from that of Earth. Personal inner experience, however, because of its very nature, cannot be communicated to others. The conclusions resulting from personal experience can be accepted by someone who did not personally have them, only insofar as he trusts the individual who is attempting to explain such experiences. The first thing we can say is that man has four principal levels of consciousness, that conscious existence is possible in each level and that consequently evolutionary existence is not the exclusive privilege of life on Earth. The question which comes up for most people is what remains from one life to the next? Here most explanations cease to be coherent. We said earlier that man has four levels of existence which can be summarized in this way. Man of Earth who is incarnated in a physical body, has a unitary level of consciousness during his life on Earth. The life level immediately above occurs in the astral body. Consciousness has here a kind of triplicity, that is, while it remains one, it can access three different levels of perception. Above this existence is what the Catholic religion calls the glorious body. Consciousness is unitary, or at least becomes so at this level. The space/time duality disappears then and the being finds eternity. Note that only the two extreme levels of consciousness are unitary. To understand the rest you need to know that all things, all acts, and all thoughts are engraved in the archives of nature. The prima materia, the ultimate essence, keeps track of all things for the duration of evolution. Be aware, the prima materia, the ultimate essence, somehow distills and fractionates it so that each act and each fact can be found in the memories of nature but at different levels. The consciousness of Earth can access level 10 under certain conditions. The astral body can access levels 9, 8, 7. The glorious body accesses levels 6, 5, 4. And the reintegrated being can access levels 3, 2, 1, which, moreover, melts into one level when the return to eternity is accomplished. Each act, each work thus leaves a trace on the 10 levels, but this track is most deeply carved in the level involved because the resonance with that level is strongest. Thus intellectual work will be primarily engraved in 9, an alchemical or a magical operation in 8, a real esoteric work in 6 or 5, etc. For reintegration, only that which has been carved in 1, 2, 3 counts. What is done in 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, is useful for the duration of the evolutionary path only. Let's now examine what happens at death. The brain is destroyed and the transmission from 10 to 9 no longer occurs. What remains in the incarnated man's consciousness is what has been carved in 9, 8, 7. Thus, a materialist won't have much because his work has been essentially carved in 10. But do not forget that if the carving has occurred, in this case in 10 essentially, it has also been recorded on all levels. The other levels have all been less affected the farther away they are from level 10. Thus, at the time of his death our materialist only possesses what has been fixed in him in the levels between 9 and 1, which is not much. By the time of rebirth, man receives a virgin, level 10, which he should progressively build by contact with the physical world. He has previously acquired all the structures he created in higher levels of consciousness. The knowledge of a physical past is possible only by consulting the archives of nature. The phenomenon is even more complex because, without special precautions, man cannot avoid the second death when the astral body is destroyed and, in this case, levels 10, 9, 8, 7 needs to be reconstructed on Earth. To get it in operation requires a lot more time than for those about whom it was written, they shall be marked with a white stone on the forehead so they won't know the second death. Some ancient occult writings say that every 10 or 12 incarnations, man lives a solar incarnation which lasts 1,000 years and where he remembers everything. This may be a symbolic and veiled statement. The so-called solar incarnation is in fact a life in which the self-consciousness is at level 6. At that level of consciousness, there is constant contact with the archives of nature, which justifies the expression, one remembers everything. Lesson 4. Passive symbolism. There are two kinds of symbolisms, one is active, the other passive. Active symbolism is the basis for natural magic or any system attempting to carry out an action upon the invisible. We will study this later. The function of passive symbolism is to transmit knowledge from the visible to the invisible and vice versa. In our world, access to passive symbolism can only occur through the intellect and only gradually can we get rid of this temporary support. Passive symbolism is essentially graphic, a point, a line, a curve, a polygon. It is bound by strict rules which are, in a sense, reflections of universal archetypes. It is based in space, contrary to active symbolism which is based in time. Survey of the elementary forms the point, it is without dimensions. It is infinitely small. It is the simplest possible expression. The point is the symbol of the highest and simplest energy in this world. It is the symbol which issues from the uncreated. Therefore, the point positioned in the center of the circle, the solar symbol, indicates that the sun dispenses this energy throughout our planetary system. The line, by penetrating space, the point moves and thus creates the line, a symbol of manifest energy, which is on the verge of action. If the line is vertical it symbolizes the energetic ascent-descent, or descent-ascent, indicative of an active energy. If the line is horizontal, it symbolizes the passive energy which doesn't act, which is subject to active energy. The line, as it divides space in two parts, is the symbol of duality. The cross, if the two lines cross, the point of intersection is a point of manifestation, it is the place at which the action of the active is realized on the passive. This cross is not only a Christian symbol. It is first and foremost a universal symbol. The circle, if the straight line is prolonged infinitely, it transforms into a circle. The circle symbolizes that which is infinite or directly emanates from the infinite. Therefore, when an energy belongs to the domain of the infinite, or is very close to this domain, it is usually represented by a circle. Symbol of the energies. In the previous and following lessons, we prefer using the word energy rather than vibration. The resonance of the word energy seems better within the framework of our present civilization. As soon as the energy penetrates the manifest, it can be represented by a circle which thus symbolizes its infinite origin. The vertical line in the circle symbolizes the active energy of life which has a characteristic of infinity. The horizontal line in the circle symbolizes the passive energy of matter, which also has the characteristic of infinity. The cross inscribed in the circle symbolizes the two polarities, which are included, but not expressed in the energy. It is also a symbol of the prima materia, the infinite energy which contains and encloses in itself both the active and passive energies. They separate in two different ways. These two energies separate but remain in the domain of the infinite. We have zero niter, the active energy, and salt, the passive energy. The two energies are liberated from the infinite, and we obtain the cross above the circle, which symbolizes the domination exerted by the elements upon the infinite energy. It is the symbol of antimony and also the symbol of our world, the earth. The triangle indicates that the energy is now limited. It no longer proceeds from the infinite world, but belongs to the finite. The triangle symbolizes the process of division of the energy which ensures the creation of the world. The two straight lines starting at the apex symbolize the growing distance between of the two energies which issued from the same point and descend toward matter. The basis of the triangle is the line representing the opposition of the two energies in duality. Two straight lines which meet and form the apex of a polygon provide a point of manifestation which provokes a radiation in the same direction as the direction of the apex. The more acute the angle, the more potent the radiation. Thus the apex of a triangle has a stronger radiation than the apex of a square. Symbol of the elements. Again we have a cross inscribed in a circle but with a central point. This symbolizes the two energies, passive and active, fused together in the form of the four elements. Each of the four parts of the cross represents an element. The top one is fire, the bottom one is air, the right one, water, the left one, the earth. The central point is the quintessence or fifth element which contains the other four in balance. Other symbols are given to the elements. The element fire is the fundamental active element. The energy which is radiated to our world from the sun is the energy animating nature and providing life to man. The element air, the line which is contained in the triangle, indicates that this energy is passive, and that, by pressing against this obstacle, a fire can manifest. The triangles of fire and air point upward, indicating thus their subtle, spiritual character. The element water is the active element of the kingdom of matter. The element earth, the inside line, indicates that this element is passive and that by pressing against it, the element water, we can manifest its action into matter. We saw in lesson 2 that the names of the elements, and of the principles, should not be confused with the material bodies bearing the same names. Symbols of the 10 levels of energy of man's nature and consciousness. Level 1, the point which symbolizes eternity, the infinite power. Very little can be said about it. A contact with level 1 leaves the impression of a point which is so powerful that it seems black. Level 2, at this level, the energy is no longer symbolized by the point but by a circle separated in two by a vertical line which symbolizes the potential duality. As we know, this is the symbol for niter, that is, the life animating the spiritual world which in turn animates the material world. Level 3, the triangle inscribed in the circle symbolizes the potential form which is not yet manifested. From this point of view, level 3 is at the limit between time and eternity but on the side of eternity. Space-time, on the other hand, issues from the lower part of level 3, which is indicated by the sign of Satan Kronos, the father of time. The passage from level 3 to level 4, that is, from eternity to space-time, modifies the meaning of the circle symbol. From level 4 on, and for all the following levels, the circle no longer symbolizes infinity but nevertheless points to its infinite origin. Level 4 is symbolized by the square. We are now in space-time. The square is the symbol of the quaternary which delineates man's evolutionary field. If you move the square perpendicularly to its surface, a cube is created which is the symbol of the cubic stone, rather rough during the time of involution, polished by evolution. The diagonal cuts the square in two triangles, one represents the life energies and the other the energies of matter. Each side of the square is assigned to an element. Level 5 is symbolized by the pentagon. Dividing the circle in 5 allows one to draw 2 polygons, one of which is a star. The possibility of this double drawing indicates the duality of man. The star, the spiritual man, is locked in the pentagon of matter but it generates in its center a smaller pentagon. the symbol of the macrocosm within man. The star can take two positions, one star with one point upward and the other two downward, the other star with 2 points upward and one downward. The latter is a symbol for the negative forces and should never be used. The 5 apices of the star radiate energies. The top one radiates the quintessence, the other 4 radiate the 4 elements, right and top, fire, right and bottom, air, left and top, water, left and bottom, earth. Level 6 is symbolized by the hexagon. The division of the circle by 6 produces a star polygon made of 2 reversed and interlocked triangles, symbols of the top and bottom worlds. Their crisscrossing symbolizes the union of the 2 worlds, which is accomplished by initiation. Several schools place the 6 traditional planets at the points of this symbol and Mercury in the center. Mercury symbolizes the union of the 2 worlds. The 2 triangles are the symbols of fire, active element of life for the higher world, and water, active element of matter for the lower world. Often, we see the 2 triangles inscribed in a circle formed by the serpent Ouroboros, which then indicates the 2 worlds enclosed in the infinite. Whereas all the preceding symbols of the triangle, square and pentagon could be drawn without breaking the line, it is necessary, here for the first time, to break it in order to draw each triangle starting with its apex. The drawing in 2 parts indicates the separation of the 2 worlds, spiritual and material. This separation only applies in levels below level 6. Level 7, symbolized by the heptagon. The division of the circle by 7 produces 2 star polygons, 7a, 7b, see figure p.19. The appearance of 2 different stars in the heptagon shows, on the one hand, that during the descent along the consciousness and energy levels, multiplicity appears and becomes complex, for 3 symbols are now necessary for this level, and on the other hand, that the complete manifestation of duality is accomplished here. Each point radiates an energy which expresses one of the 7 double laws of the universe. One star expresses the positive aspect of the 7 laws, the other their negative aspect. You can draw both of them without breaking the line. They have a curious property: with each star you can find, from the sequence of the days of the week, 7cb following the arrows, the order of succession of the planetary geniuses, which is identical to the sequence of the days of creation, 7c clockwise. You can also follow this sequence on figure 1 of lesson #3p.14. Level 8 is symbolized by the octagon. The division of the circle by 8 gives 4 possible polygons: the octagon, 2 squares, figure 3, 8a, and a star polygon, figure 3, 8b, which you can draw without breaking the line. You cannot use a continuous line to draw the 2 squares. They characterize Mercury, the planet of occultism. One symbolizes thought, the magus, the other Hermes, the alchemist. Each square represents the 4 elements in the corresponding discipline. The octagon is the symbol of the astrologer. The appearing Maltese cross, figure 3, 8c, symbolizes the trial on the chosen path. If you draw all the possible polygons in the octagon, you can find 8 isosceles triangles. Level 9 is symbolized by the anagon. Here a new element appears. As a matter of fact, there are 2 continuous star polygons, figure 3, 9a, 9b, and a star polygon made of 2 triangles, figure 3, 9c. Level 9 is attributed to the moon. The 2 polygons, 9a, 9b, symbolize the 2 types of energy, passive and active, which transit through the moon, the last step before arrival into our world. The 3 triangles symbolize the 3 paths of initiation: the apex, the way of equilibrium left point, the way of rigor right point, the way of mercifulness. The most acute, continuous polygon, 9b, represents the energies of psychic experiments. The most obtuse, continuous polygon, 9a, represents the energies of universal justice. The balancing of these energies reduces the problems of life on Earth to an infinitesimal level. Note that polygons with an odd side number like 3, 5, 7, 9 can be positioned pointing upward or downward. Thus, 3, fire becomes water. 5, spiritual man, star pointing upward, becomes material man, star pointing downward. 7, the 7 positions become negative. 4, 9. The case is different. Pointing upward, we obtain fire for the center way and water for the sideways. Pointing downward, we obtain water for the center way and fire for the sideways. The sideways are respectively the way of rigor and the way of mercifulness. If we meditate on the series of the three triangles, we can create a resonance in us which may shed some light on the choice of the path which suits us best. Level 10 is symbolized by the decagon. The division of the circle by 10 gives a continuous, star polygon, 10B, and two polygons made of a double drawing, 10A, 10C. These two polygons represent the two types of energy which arrive on this earth. The discontinuous polygon, 10C, is very interesting because it is actually formed by two stars of the pentagon. These are the two aspects of man on earth: the spiritual, pointing upward, and the material, pointing downward. The level, 11, doesn't correspond to a level but to an evolutionary phase symbolized by the hentagon, which expresses the negative forces of duality. Note that in the first 12 polygons, the polygons 7 and 11 are not exact in degrees in the sexagesimal division. In the division of 360 by 7 there is a remainder of 3 degrees, and in the division of the circle by 11 there is a remainder of 8 degrees. The inexact division makes clear that these symbols have freedom in their action in the universe. 7 is the symbol of free, constructive, and positive action. 11 is the symbol of free, negative action. The 12 is the number of each evolutionary phase. It is symbolized by the dodecagon. The division of the circle by 12 yields 3 discontinuous polygons, 1 of 2 hexagons, figure 3,12, A, and 1 of 3 squares, figure 3, 12B, 1 of 4 triangles, figure 3, 12C, and a continuous star polygon with 12 points, figure 3,12D. Symbol of sulfur, the soul of things, the animating energy made of air and fire. This symbol expresses the fact that fire, the highest energy, issuing from the sun, dominates the energies of the 4 elements of nature. Symbol of salt, of matter energy. It represents the body of things. Its purifying power is its essential characteristic. Consider the symbolism of the salt of the earth in the Bible. Symbol of Mercury. Mercury is the messenger of the gods. It makes possible the junction between sulfur, the soul, and salt, the body. Here the moon D, the world of levels 7, 8, 9, is married, united to the sun O, the worlds of levels 4, 5, 6 in order to dominate the 4 elements of Earth. Symbols of the planets and their metals. Symbol of lead, planet Saturn, level 3. The energies of the 4 elements dominate the lunar energies transmitted to the Earth. Saturn, lead, is at once the Mahavan and in the tarot, the path 32. The beginning of initiation. Symbol of tin, planet Jupiter, level 4. The lunar energies dominate the energies of the Earth, the reverse of Saturn. This reversal is due to the passage of the abyss, between lead and tin. Symbol of iron, planet Mars, level 5. Mars expresses outwardly the solar energies it receives. It is therefore the symbol of force. Its energies should revitalize blood. Symbol of gold, planet, the Sun, level 6. It transmits the energies of the infinite into our system. Symbol of copper, planet Venus, level 7. Here the solar energies dominate the energies of the Earth. Symbol of Mercury, planet Mercury, level 8. The lunar and solar energies are united to dominate the energies of the Earth. It is the planet of magic, of alchemy, of astrology and initiation. Symbol of silver, planet Moon, level 9. Its symbol expresses its function, which is to only transmit part of the solar energies in its domain: waxing moon, positive; waning moon, negative. What we have expressed here about the symbols is only a start. It is expected that each one will progressively discover his own system of symbols. Oratory work. It is important, as we already mentioned, to write down your experiences and the date, the day, on which they took place. Proposed exercise: meditation on the polygons. Material preparation: bring a big sheet of paper. Draw the polygon, the basis for the meditation, inside a circle 20 to 30 centimeters in diameter. On the same sheet, but separately, draw the figures which are to be inscribed in this polygon. You can draw them at a smaller scale than the circle. Exercise: start preferably by concentrating on the mirror. Place the study sheet in front of you and let the drawing you just drew penetrate you thoroughly. Active phase: visualization. A. Visualize the construction of the polygon. B. Next, visualize the sequence of overlapping for the figures which are to be inscribed within the polygon. Passive phase: meditation. A. Close your eyes. If you achieved the black phase of the mirror, you can now leave your eyes open. B. Established silence inside of you. C. Establish a mental vacuum so you can be receptive to the resonance which is created by the symbol in your inner self. Close the work as indicated before. A week of meditation on the polygon. Saturday: always start with Saturday, meditation on the triangle. Subjects to treat: eternity, time, understanding, intelligence, the solid aspect of material things, for example, how to take care of the skeletal structure. Sunday: meditation on the hexagon and its two inscribed triangles. Subject to treat: beauty, harmony between people and beings. Monday: meditation on the onigon, its two polygons, 9A, 9B, and its three triangles, 9C. Subjects: problems with liquid, water, or procreation, problems concerning universal justice. Tuesday: meditation on the pentagon and its star polygon. Subjects: problems of force, of health cured by purifying the blood, problems concerning the duality of man's two aspects, the positive and the negative. Wednesday: meditation on the octagon, its star polygon and its two squares. Subjects: mystical, occult problems, alchemy, magic, astrology, care of the throat, training with sound to acquire the word. Thursday: meditation on the square, on its division into right-angled triangles. Subjects: problems of esoteric knowledge, of the origin of cults, problems of health and everything having to do with assimilation in general, intellect, breathing, food, solid and liquid, financial problems. Friday: meditation on the heptagon and its two star polygons. Subject: the 7 second causes, the 7 double laws of the manifest universe. We can attempt to direct contact with the vegetable nature, problems of venous circulation and feminine health. Meditation on planetary symbols. If you feel intimidated by the job of drawing of the polygons, you can perform the meditation work by using the graphics of the planetary symbols, Figure 1, Lesson 3, which you should also trace on a big sheet. However, the result in this case will be less effective than in the work with the polygons. Observations: for the work on polygons, like for the work on the planetary symbols, there is no obligation to follow the sequence given for the week. If you feel better about working in the oratory at a given day, perform then the work indicated for the meditation of the day. But if you decide to follow the week planning, you should start with Saturday. As you probably noticed, the meditations of the week do not follow the order of the levels. In this work, we do not call for any energy. Otherwise, it would be imperative for us to follow the numerical order, in order to avoid finding ourselves in very uncomfortable troubles. Thus, in the exercises we indicated above, there are only passive manifestations. Concerning the subjects to treat, it is better not to use them as a reason for meditation. That is, do not take the risk of crystallizing them. It is best for the meditation to be, without any specific object. As a matter of fact, and as a function of the rule of the second causes which are at play here, a meditation is spontaneously oriented toward the subject which needs to be dealt with. For psychic or inner results, there is a good chance that the information of the experience will be communicated through metal symbols, which often figure either in the setup or through the direct presence of the metal, such as gold, silver or mercury. Awakening the levels. This exercise consists in meditating for 3 days on each level, so that in 30 days you have gone through the 10 levels. Here, it is no longer possible to follow the days of the week. You can start where you want to. If you start with level 1, you should plan, for the meditation on the point, to draw a small black circle 1/2 centimeter in diameter on a white sheet of paper, and, for level 2, to draw a vertical line bar. You can perform this exercise several times. The exercises proposed in this lesson are preparatory and essential for the exercise proposed in the next lesson. Ora et labora. The philosophers of nature. Appendix and figures. Appendix, the construction of the 10 polygons. Figure 1, construction of the 10 polygons. Part 1. Figure 2, construction of the 10 polygons. Part 2. Figure 3, the geometrical division of the circle for the construction of the polygons. Appendix, the construction of the 10 polygons with ruler and compass. The first thing is to learn to construct the polygons with a ruler and a compass without using a protractor. Individual construction of the polygons increases the depth of the meditation. Let's start with drawing 1 of Figure 1. Construction of a square. Draw the circle. Draw a straight line H through the center of the circle. From each intersection of this line with the circle, draw 2 small arcs at P, which determine a straight line perpendicular to H and passing through the center. The construction of the square is obvious from that point. This method, which is actually the bisection of an angle, division of an angle into equal angles, is therefore necessary for the following sequence of drawing. Drawing 2 is accomplished by transferring the length of the radius onto the circumference 6 times. We obtain then the triangle and the hexagon. However, an arc of circle B was added using A as a center. Lesson 5, Active Symbolism. The word active symbolism. When we approached the notion of space-time densification, we did not specify, as it seemed obvious, that space is the passive part and time the active part. In fact, when we spoke of symbolism, we only mentioned space, that is, the passive part. The active part deals with the word because the word's vibrations belong to the domain of time. We are leaving the domain of the line and entering that of vibrations. The word can be considered the tool of active symbolism. Passive symbolism, which we just studied, is a tool for the teaching of nature's laws. Active symbolism, on the other hand, no longer intends to teach. This should have already happened, but to have an action on nature's forces through resonance. In this respect, only natural magic allows us to have an influence on our energies, those of nature and those of the invisible. Our energies are for our initiatory advance. The energies of nature to free our path. Magic functions by using active symbols, which are harmonics of the word at different levels. The word, we should understand correctly the significance of the influence of the word. In the beginning, everything is energy, that is, vibrations. The word of the Absolute creates primordial air. The word of the Logos, the apex of the manifest, creates nature from Lesson 5 primordial/air. Invisible and visible nature is therefore the result of the primordial word at different levels. In the beginning was the Word. Gospel of St. John. The human word, in a sense, is the original word but reduced. In man's physical body only the organ of speech can create and utter sonorous vibrations in the form of phonemes. If man has symbol vibrations at his disposal, that is, sonorous images, which resemble the high vibrations of primordial air, he is in turn capable, through resonance, of having an effect on the elements of the invisible, that is, he can practice natural magic, which is one of the evolutionary tools. Action of the symbols. Before we continue, we should specify that the symbols we studied in the previous lesson have a definite effect despite their passive space characteristic. We shall illustrate their effect through an analogy. Take a black stone resting on some ice in the sun. The black stone normally doesn't produce heat, but under the effect of the sun, it stores the solar heat and returns it. Therefore there is ice melting just around the stone. In the same way, the symbol, here the black stone, tuned to an energy, here the sun, acts as a receiver and transmits the energy to the closest operator, here the ice. This should help to better understand the scale of passive symbolism. To be very clear, let's take again the drawing of the pentagon associated with level 5, for example. The operator who concentrates on this symbol hopes to receive, through the symbol, the reinforced energies of Mars. In effect, this planet's energies are concentrated in the following forms, with varying effects depending on the forms, and in order to receive them, the operator must create the corresponding resonance by means of his inner work. We know that symbolism is a code which is at once accessible to the conscious and the unconscious. It is a transition between two worlds, and that is why we concentrate on its components. Of course, The worth of all symbolism lies in the archetypal values of its components, a subject which we won't be able to develop in this lesson. Active symbols differ from passive symbols in that they are a source of energy and their effect is dependent upon their structure. They transmit their own energy to the receiver, on which we hope to have an effect. These active symbols essentially work through vocalization, as we mentioned. Therefore, in order to be effective, the emitted sound must obey a certain number of rules. As everything in nature is vibrations, it is good to explain the mechanisms at play in esoteric vocalization. The resonance phenomenon, harmonic resonance, is the key to this subject. To physically experiment with it, let's take a piano. If you vibrate the string of the same note but at a different octave, the sound which is emitted evokes the same impression or the same feeling. In the same way, if you strike the key of a low C on the piano, the other strings of the other C notes will vibrate. This phenomenon occurs throughout nature. This is the essential key to this lesson. Another example, which is well known about the vibratory effects arising during resonance, is that of the crystal glass which breaks when someone sings certain notes at an appropriate frequency. Finally, as a last example, the effects of music on the psyche. Music is not expressed through an intellectual code as is speech, it affects us through the resonance produced by the emitted vibrations on various elements of our psyche. The effect can even attain a level of physical perception, for example, at the level of the solar plexus. For all practical purposes, here are some rules of resonance in music. Its phenomenon is general throughout nature. 1. The emission of the vibration of 100 will induce bodies whose proper vibration is 200, 300, 400 etc. to vibrate, through resonance. The resonance always has an effect on a number which is a whole multiple of the emitted frequency. 2. Two frequencies of vibrations which blend give a sum, frequency, and a difference, frequency. For example, 100 and 130 give a vibration of 100 plus 130 equals 230, and 1 of 130, 100 equals 30. 3. The frequencies double with each octave of vibrations, that is, 1 times 2 equals 2, 2 times 2 equals 4, 4 times 2 equals 8, 8 times 2 equals 16, 16 times 2 equals 32. 32 times 2 equals 64, etc. vibrations per second. This number 2 does not modify the character of the vibration but impels its evolution. An interesting fact you should be aware of: the level at which we pass from the world of matter to the world of spirit is situated around the 80th octave. As an aside, we should mention that the Pythagorean school claims that the basic frequency for the Earth is 1 cycle per second. The study of the cycles, Lesson 6, leads us to believe this claim to be accurate, provided that the second used is the solar second. Its duration is a function of the duration of the solar day. The solar day equals the time flowing between sunrise and sunset, changing each day, divided by 12, 60 times 60. Search for the accurate frequency of vocalization. We find ourselves in the same situation as the individual who wishes to transmit a message to someone who possesses a radio receiver tuned to a fixed frequency. The transmission can only occur if the sender tunes his transmitter to the frequency of the receiver. In the same way, for the simple vibrations, we must find the correct frequency which will resonate with the point or the organ we wish to activate. Vocalized sound is actually a complex sound which is comprised of several vibratory frequencies. Its numerical combination is given by the consonant and the vowel composing it. The high/low quality of the sound does not vary the numerical combination but shifts its point of resonance. Using different vocalizations, high or low, we can find the adequate resonance. If the vocalization is musically accurate, there is harmony beyond the visible world. If the frequency, high/low, of vocalization is accurate, there is a resonance in one of man's psychic centers. This frequency differs for each being, and for each being, it also varies in time, even if very little. The vocalization consonant determines the effect you seek. Examples: R reinforces M, calms L, has an effect of expansion, in general the expansion of the perception of a psychic center. B has an effect of duality. C K, Q, have the effect of knowledge, of evolutionary pressure. P, V, F, have the effect of involutionary pressure. The added vowel influences the choice of the level within the center concerned. The classical sequence of vowels is A, E, I, O, U. It is related to the scale of levels. Moreover, we know that the blending of vowels and consonants, the basis of our writing, either gives fixed or volatile sounds. If we vocalize a vowel like a or a blend of vowels like u, we can hold the sound as long as we have the breath, for the sound remains identical to itself. It is a fixed sound. If we vocalize a sound made of the blending of a vowel and a consonant and the vowel precedes the consonant as in a, am, etc., the sound can be held. It still is a fixed sound. If the vowel follows the consonant as in ra, ma, the complete sound cannot be held. For instance, in ra the r quickly decreases and only the vowel a remains. Therefore the sound ra is volatile. The volatile sound has on nature a stronger action power than the fixed sound. However, a fixed sound is interesting because if it is vibrated with a sliding frequency, with practice one feels it when one attains the right frequency, the one which suits us for this sound. This frequency will be the same for the volatile sound which accompanies it. In other words, if we find the frequency of I, we also have that of ra. This action of the fixed and volatile sound is particularly remarkable in some names. Let's take the word L, she in French, which relates to cosmic Eve. E is the vowel of the being. L is space in extension. L is the fixed sound of space expanding. La is a volatile sound which doesn't last. It is the sound of space which comes back onto itself and disappears. L is the expansion of the universe. La is the contraction of the universe. Consequently, the word L symbolizes the expansion, contraction of the finite universe. Another almost identical explanation could be presented for the word Allah. The difference comes from the fact that the vowel E concerns man whereas the vowel A concerns the primary energy. Thus, the word Allah symbolizes the expansion-contraction of the energy, but at level 1. The vocalization only functions with man because the sound only actually activates in the body the organs which are capable of retransmitting the frequency to the level of the invisible. If a cassette can be a guide in vocalization, it is nothing else. We assert that only living organs can retransmit in the temporal non-physical planes of the invisible. If the vocalization accomplishes its goal, and this often requires patience and practice, we can verify the results with various signs. There is a definite effect in the chosen psychic center comparable to the effect of music. There is an objective sensation of energy in this center. There is a feeling or an impression of calm, well-being, fulfillment, strength, harmony, etc. sensations about which you have an absolute certainty. Practical application of the word. The esoteric name. Each being on earth has an esoteric name, which starts at the time of entry into duality for the evolutionary journey. Man receives a name which is in fact an image of the eternal vibration, his being. All men do not receive the same name, but all the names are equivalent, as a very function of the principles of universal justice. Simultaneously following the increase of the plane's density during the course of involution, the name will solidify and for each level or plane man will have a new name. Knowing one or several of these names is an important step for the student because the accurate vibration will create a profound resonance in him between the physical level and the inner level. The name vibrated corresponds to the inner level. Warning: in no event whatsoever should you communicate your name S to anyone, should you discover them. If you write it or any of them, nothing should indicate that it or them are actually the real name, S. To communicate one's esoteric name to someone else is a betrayal of the inner being and can stop the evolution for the duration of an incarnation. As a matter of fact, each one of us has an esoteric name for each level of the creation. Pronouncing one of these words provokes a kind of invocation in our inner self at the level corresponding to the name. If we reveal our name to someone else, we give him access to our inner self, which is not a prudent move. If someone cannot find one of your inner names on his own, he doesn't possess the wisdom to use them. If, on the other hand, he has the wisdom, then he should not ask you because he can find them by himself. Search for the name, Figure 1, p.13. The search takes place by vibrating the corresponding names at the different levels. In many occult treatises, it is stated that Hebrew is the language of the angels. That is why we chose Hebrew names for this work but written in Latin characters. We have said that all is in everything, that the 4 elements and the 9 other levels exist in each level. We also said that the levels were gathered in each world and that an element is assigned to each one. Levels 1, 2, 3 constitute the higher world of fire. Levels 4, 5, 6 constitute the solar world of air. Levels 7, 8, 9 constitute the lunar world of water. Level 10 constitutes the world of the earth. Each element thus corresponds to one of the 4 worlds mentioned above, but each of the 4 worlds is also present in each level, through the element. See Figure 1. Figure 1 shows the 10 names for each of the 4 elements. The 4 columns of names conform to the Hebrew Kabbalah. Left, the column of fire Ra, then that of air, which are the columns of invisible life. Then, the columns of water V and earth V, which are the columns of matter. Below we find the symbols of the 3 alchemical principles. Fire and air from the columns of life give the alchemical sulfur, the soul of things, the animating energy. Water and earth from the columns of matter give the alchemical salt, the body's matrix. Air and water give the philosophical mercury of the alchemists, or the spirit, the messenger of the gods. He is the link between soul and body. It allows the passage of the energies from the higher self to the self of the earth and thus makes possible genuine initiation. Oratory work. Proposed exercise, the 40 invocations. Usual procedure. Place yourself preferably facing the mirror. Aim, the descent of the energy. To create one's own unitary energy flow from level 1 to 10. Application, through the resonance of invocations, to bring forth in your dreams the reappearance of your own esoteric names in the different levels. Advice: only perform this exercise after the completion of the polygons, or the planetary symbols, meditation and the levels meditation, in the numerical sequence. Absolute rules for the use of these names: in all levels, never vibrate a name alone. Always vibrate to names in a round, only 2 at a time. Vibrate in the 3 following combinations only: fire, air, water, earth, air, water. First phase, first vibrate fire, air, necessarily starting with level 1 and then following the numerical sequence down to 10. This should preferably be performed on a Saturday morning at sunrise. Do it again the 2 following Saturdays, still with the fire, air elements. Second phase, vibrate water, earth, necessarily starting with level 1 following the numerical sequence, still 10. This should be performed on the 4th Saturday at sunrise. Perform it again on the next 2 Saturdays, still with the water, earth elements. We accumulate in this manner the invisible energies of the soul on the one hand and on the other the invisible energies of the body. We should now attempt to increase the transparency between the 2. This occurs in the following way. Third phase, vibrate air, water, again necessarily starting with level 1 following the numerical sequence, still level 10. This should be performed on the 7th Saturday at sunrise. Perform it as well the next 2 Saturdays, again with the air, water elements. Closing, proceed as usual. Be careful. If we take into account the language of the angels, and the names we used, your esoteric name could be revealed in Hebrew characters. You would then need to transliterate them into Latin characters. Figure 2, p. 14. Do not forget that Hebrew is read from right to left, otherwise it could lead you to reverse your own name. Last remark: you cannot access the names which are located in levels higher than your present level of evolution. If one day you feel discomfort during this work, you should start the first phase again, the fire air phase. It is good to perform it once every 6 months. The best time would be around the solstices and equinoxes. This practice causes a sort of self-healing. Finally, the 40 invocations exercise should reinforce in you those elements which are in deficit in the different levels. This rebalancing should bring about a better contact with your inner being. Ora et labora. The philosophers of nature. Appendix and figures. Appendix. The lost word or the forgotten word, excerpt from LPN. Figure 1, The 40 Invocations Figure 2. The Hebrew alphabet appendix. The lost word or the forgotten word. Excerpt from The Little Philosopher of Nature. One day, Buddha met the gods, who told him, "Tell us your wish and we shall grant it." Buddha replied, "Oh, gods, give me the meaning of words and I shall know all things." Let's examine the word, the language and knowledge, partially, of course, because if we knew the word completely we would be back in the eternal empire. According to the mystics, there was on earth a long time ago an original language for which we now search under the name of the lost word. The true word, that of the fiat lux of the Bible, is not a word uttered by an old man seated upon his throne. The word, in truth, is the energy ceaselessly radiated by the formless being. The fiat lux, in a sense, is but the submission of the vibrations of this energy to the law dictated by the being, harmony. The beings, the Elohim issued from it, along with those who use this energy to create the worlds, the bodies of men and the light of the sun, which is but a pale reflection of the fiat lux energy. Even time, space, and form result from this order of the non-manifest energy which, without this operation, could only appear or exist as the void. This energy is vibration only, and consequently all that exists is a conglomerate of vibrations. Our body, our flesh, our blood are but vibrations and therefore subjected to the first law of vibrations, harmony. The word harmony generally awakens a notion of music or art, but harmony is actually deeper and more encompassing and reaches much beyond the aesthetic aspects to which its domain is generally confined. A chemical reaction, a nuclear explosion, or our health are consequences of the primary harmony. However, music is easily accessible and one of the easiest ways to explain what harmony is. Imagine a piano keyboard which is very, very long. Its scales extend infinitely. With each G note of a new octave, for example, the number of vibrations doubles. Soon, after 5 successive Gs, we no longer hear them, and for us humans the notes seem without effect. Yet, if we could fashion a piano to this image, this is practically impossible, and if we were really steadfast, there would come a time when, in striking a key, we wouldn't create a sound but vibrations which could perturb radio waves, television waves, and then radar waves. The next key could give off heat, and finally after 42 Gs following our original G, of 384 radiated vibrations, a red light would radiate. Imagine that our keyboard could expand even more. There would no longer be sound nor light, but a key which would create hydrogen and a key which would create oxygen. If we were to make a chord of these 2 notes, water could be created. Every created thing is thus only a chord of notes on the universal keyboard. If we produce the same chord in the audible scales of the sound, we'll have an image of the vibrations of the thing, and this would be its true name in the primitive universal language, in the language of the lost word. In the same way, as we just saw, G is the note which corresponds to the red light, and a sound which would contain the same numbers as and a would be the true name of water. Let's examine the case of a man who has an even partial inner awakening. Initiated man is a transformer of energy. A layman who pronounces a word disturbs the air of the physical world, but his word has little resonance in the higher frequencies. On the other hand, the initiate has re-established the links between the different levels of his consciousness, that is, he re-established contact with the various vibratory levels of the universe, and the more he advances on the initiatory path, the better the contacts between his various inner planes. Therefore, contrary to the layman, when the initiate talks, he disturbs the high vibratory levels, and if his word conforms to the original language, he will then create the very thing designated by the word, because by the word, through harmony, will radiate the vibrations which are the thing itself. Lesson 6. Numbers and cycles. Numbers. A significant result of the acquisition of esoteric information is that you progressively become more aware of the unitary aspect of knowledge and therefore of the unity of things. Present-day attempts of science to produce unified theories won't be successful as long as the individuals who strive to establish them do not comprehend that the unity of nature can only be attained through the raising of man's level of consciousness without separating life from matter. The reflection of this unitary, or unified, aspect produces the points common to symbolism, numerology and cycles. The first thing to consider in numerology is the difference between figure and number. The best way, or the most adequate way given the circumstances, to describe the difference is to state that the figure is the body and the number the soul. This seems obvious from an esoteric point of view. There are 10 primary numbers from 1 to 10. Each of the numbers is the body which comprises all the vibratory energies and all the laws which rule this particular level. Any other number can be reduced to one of these primary numbers by means of numerical reduction. For example, 211 2 plus 1 plus 1 equals 4, therefore the primary principle of 211 is 4. As it enters into the framework of the quaternary, 211 partly receives its influences. Therefore the first thing to do in numerology is to learn the symbolic value and the meaning of numbers 1 to 9. 10 is a special case which should be studied along with 1 because the numerical reduction of 10 is 1. The first 10 numbers and their primary characteristics. 1 and 10, 1 is the symbol of unity in its first manifestation. It is without nuance. Note that every number which is reducible to 1 has to go through 10. Example, 55 5 plus 5 equals 10 and 1 plus 0 equals 1. Everything which has a unitary, or undivided, characteristic within the manifest goes through 10, that is 1 plus the infinite, symbol 0. This notion is contained in the sentence, I am the Alpha and the Omega. We said, Lesson 3, that man reaches a state of unitary consciousness in levels 1 and 10 and those only. In the others, his consciousness is Trinitarian. We should not forget, however, that if 1 is the subtle, spiritual unity, 10 is also unity but in the solid world of matter. 2. The number 2 is the symbol of duality, the symbol of the separation of the sexes, of space-time etc. Any number with a numerical reduction of 2 has a double characteristic, a characteristic of duality. The number 2 also concerns wisdom. Superstitious people say that 2 is the number of evil, which is not accurate. Duality is necessary for manifestation and consequently, it is the first principle to allow for man's evolution. Note that 11 is the first number with a numerical reduction of 2. 11 is the number of our world's negative, involutionary forces. It is a prime number. It cannot be divided except by 1 or by itself and the result is either the number itself or 1. Each time we encounter a prime number higher than 10 there is an element of free will, and freedom. 3 is the number of Trinity, the 3 aspects of the invisible man's consciousness. 3 is the number of creation, 1, through differentiation, gives to other elements. Lesson 2, Figure 2. The number 3 concerns intelligence. 12 is the first number whose numerical reduction is 3. 12 is the number of the signs of the zodiac and above all the number of the obligatory steps after every evolutionary threshold. 4 is the number of the quaternary. It corresponds to the framework in which man's evolution takes place. 4 corresponds to the first day of creation, that is, man's entry into space-time, level 4. The number 4 concerns mercifulness and esoteric problems. Every number whose numerical reduction is 4 concerns the solid aspect of things. 13 is the first number the numerical reduction of which is 4. 13 is at once the number of death, of love, of the purifying fire, of the eternal. Like 11, 13 is a prime number, consequently man is free in the quaternary. 5 is the number of man. Every number which can be numerically reduced to 5 concerns man or an aspect of humanity, often aspects of strength, of seriousness. 14 is the first number with a numerical reduction of 5. 14 equals 1 plus 4 or 7 plus 7 which concerns the twofold aspect of man's occult septenary. 6. The number 6 concerns beauty, harmony. It symbolizes the union of the 2 worlds. See the hexagram. It is the number of balance which contains 2 trinities, 3 plus 3. 15 is the first number with a numerical reduction of 6. Note that 15 greater 5 plus 5 or 3 times the number of man. At level 6 man can contact his higher trinity. 7. The number 7 is at once very important and very complex. Every number which can be numerically reduced to 7 concerns spiritual victory. 7 also concerns the 7 days of creation, the 7 days of the week, the 7 double laws which rule and govern the manifest world through the planetary geniuses. 16 is the first number with a numerical reduction of 7. The symbolism of 16 includes 8 plus 8 or 4 plus 4 plus 4 plus 4. 16 expresses the fact that 7 rules the quadruple aspect of the quaternary or the twofold evolutionary field of man. 8 plus 8, involution and devolution. 8, the number 8 is the number of splendor, that is the dazzling transformation of the man who finally recovers his original faculties in the course of evolution. Every number which can be numerically reduced to 8 concerns man's evolutionary field, magic, alchemy or astrology. The number 8 written horizontally OO is the symbol of infinity. 17 is the first number with a numerical reduction of 8. 17 is a prime number and the symbol of man's liberation by means of his recovered original faculties. 9, the number 9 is the number of the foundation, that is the basis of the invisible, of its conjunction with our physical world. Every number which can be numerically reduced to 9 is linked to the 3 ways of initiation. 9 equals 3 plus 3 plus 3, way of rigor, fire, way of balance, and way of mercifulness, water. They are also linked to universal justice. 9 is the key which opens the astral world. 18 is the first number with a numerical reduction of 9.1. It is 6 plus 6 plus 6, the number of the beast in the apocalypse. It is the number of the man who incarnates into the world of matter in which he is covered with the skins of beasts, the physical body. Use of the numbers. We purposely give only a few elements about numbers. We only provide the basis. We advise you to number a series of pages from 1 to 10 in your workbook. After every work session in the oratory or after each night, whenever you obtain a revelation or an intuition relating to a number, note it in the corresponding page. Thus, each one will progressively obtain his own numerological system. The system you establish is the only true numerology for you. Make sure, when you use the numbers, that your work doesn't turn into intellectual juggling. An essential use of numbers should allow the accurate, as much as possible, interpretation of the data received through inner experiences. On the other hand, it should also allow you to direct the higher self's attention onto a specific point. The generalization of numerology in Kabbalah takes place through gematria. A number is assigned to each letter, see Lesson 5, Figure 2. This permits the attribution of a numerical value to everything through its name and to know in this way the level which is primarily concerned. For example, in the following names, Achad, which means unity, is written with the letters Aleph Ched Daleth. This gives 1 plus 8 plus 4 equals 13 and next 1 plus 3 equals 4, number of the quaternary and number of Jupiter. It is the unity manifested in the quaternary at the level of Jupiter. Abba, Ahibba, which means love, is written with the letters Aleph He Bet He. This gives 1 plus 5 plus 2 plus 5 equals 13 and next 1 plus 3 equals 4. Therefore we can see that unity, Achad, and love, Abba, have a common point through the number 13 and the number 4, Jupiter, the level in which mercifulness, the daughter of love, is highest. If we operate in our language on proper names, we can use the Hebrew alphabet in the same way to find the best resonance. For example, the name Satan. We obtain 60 plus 1 plus 9 plus 1 plus 50 equals 121 and next 1 plus 2 plus 1 equals 4 and next 12 plus 1 equals 13 and 1 plus 3 equals 4. It is up to you to interpret this result. The practice of gematria is not without drawbacks. If we practice it intensively, it may enter our psychic code. As a result of this, we could be in trouble if our higher self uses this code to answer us. If the code of gematria is easy to use, the decoding, on the other end, is complex and sometimes impossible. The cycles are one aspect of numerology. They represent both its active aspect and its realization. We are going to study the most important cycles. Cycle of 2 is the first cycle which manifests. As we said, it is the cycle of duality. It is comprised of an active and a passive phase. To illustrate this, The universe has an active phase of expansion which lasts about 6 billions of our years, then a passive phase of contraction of about the same duration. The passive-active equivalence is always realized in a cycle of 2. A good symbolic representation of the cycle of 2 is the drawing of the sine wave. Cycle of 3. The cycle of 3 can be symbolized by the triangle. It is an animation cycle in 2 possible directions, symbolized by the triangle pointing upward, which represents the world of life, the spiritual world, and the triangle pointing downward, which represents the world of matter. In the cycle of 3, there are 3 phases, 2 of which are active and 1 passive, or 2 passive and 1 active. As a result, the active-passive balance can only be attained when 2 cycles of 3 are completed. Therefore 6 is the number with which the cycle of 3 recovers its balance. An important occult law which governs the world is hidden here. Involution and later evolution only take place through a series of unbalances. A pure and continuous balance doesn't allow for evolution. This imbalance is the necessary sin of the fall from grace which, for man, permits the access to the knowledge of life and death. It is neither a fault nor a mistake, it is a necessity. The important point is that the sequence of positive and negative imbalances should be neutralized and lead to an overall equilibrium. Cycle of 7. Cycle of 7 is the cycle of man's head, whereas the cycle of 12 is the cycle of man's body. The exercise we propose in the oratory work concerns these 2 cycles. There is then a link between them. They are moreover linked to the solar cycle of the day. The cycle of 2, day and night. The head cycle follows the order below. 1. Right eye moon 2. Right ear Mars 3. Right nostril Sun 4. Left eye Venus 5. Left ear Mercury 6. Left nostril Saturn 7. Mouth Jupiter. The use of the cycle of 7 works in agreement with Cornelius Agrippa's works on the subject of all planetary geniuses. In Lesson 2, we learned of the existence of the 7 double laws which rule the visible and invisible manifested world. Each of these laws is fully enforced by a planetary genius, a type of entity which has no self-consciousness but has intelligence. Only an initiate can modify his function. Cornelius Agrippa says that the action of the planetary genius is actually the quality of the energetic radiation assigned to every planet, occurs as follows. Each genius has a solar time of radiation. Every day for 24 hours there is a sequence of priority for the action of the 7 planetary geniuses, Figure 1, p. 11. Each of them acts in turn for the duration of a solar hour, which is the time flowing between sunrise and sunset, divided by 12. The night time equals the time flowing between sunset and sunrise, divided by 12. The solar hour, and the night hour, do not have equal duration except during the equinoxes. In winter daytime is shorter than nighttime and the reverse in summer. We need to understand the priorities within the cycles. Remember that, all is in everything. Look at Figure 1. For instance, let's start with Saturday. All day Saturday, level 3, Saturn, has priority starting with sunrise. As soon as the second solar hour begins, level 4, Jupiter, has priority but nevertheless under Saturn's control because it is Saturday. Then, during the third solar hour, level 5, Mars, has priority but still under Saturn's control, and so on all day long. Sunday, level 6, the Sun, has the control of the day. Within the time of activity of a planetary genius, a sequence of priorities occurs on the basis of the solar and the night minute. We have 5 priorities of 12 solar minutes each, occurring in the following order: a priority which concerns the fire element both in beings and things, a priority relating to the element air, a priority applied to the element water, a priority applied to the element earth. The 5th priority is that of the quintessence. It strives to re-establish the balance between the 4 elements. For the shorter minute cycles, and next the cycle of seconds, the mechanisms of influence of the planetary geniuses are similar to the hour cycles. The minute cycle, however, is more subtle and weaker in its influence. More so with the cycle of seconds. Cycle of 12 is one of the most important cycles in esotericism. It can be found in the 12 Apostles, the 12 labors of Hercules, and more specifically in alchemy with the 12 doors of Ripley and the 12 keys of Basil Valentine. Whichever symbolism is used, the cycle of 12 represents the 12 phases necessary for each evolutionary step. Refer to Figure 2, pages 12 and 13. As a basic model, we are going to study the sun's yearly cycle in the 12 signs of the zodiac. For an occultist, the celestial constellations are only guide points. The action of the solar cycle only happens because the Earth's axis is tilted in relation to the plane of the ecliptic. In fact, if the Earth axis were perpendicular to the ecliptic plane, there would be no more seasons and the varying cycle of terrestrial activities would become fixed. What counts is the apparent height of the sun in relation to the terrestrial equator. Line 5 of Figure 2 shows the variation of the apparent height of the sun in relation to the terrestrial equator. The origin of the cycle is the vernal point in astronomy, and the sun entering the sign of Aries in astrology, line 9. The curve you obtain is identical to the sine wave of cycle 2. Line 2 shows the positive, active and the negative passive phases, symbolized by the 2 hexagons which can be inscribed into the dodecagon. One of the 4 elements is assigned to each of the 12 signs of the zodiac. We have 3 sequences of 4 elements represented on line 3, symbolized by the 3 squares inscribed in the dodecagon. Then we have the 4 phases, line 5, positive ascending, 1 2 3, positive descending, 4 5 6, negative descending, 7 8 9, negative ascending, 10, 11, 12. These 4 phases are symbolized by the 4 triangles inscribed in the dodecagon. To each of the 12 elementary phases is assigned 1 sign of the zodiac, line 9, an organ of man's body, line 8, an alchemical element, line 7. The nature of the alchemical element provides each phase with a life aspect, an invisible spiritual active aspect, or a matter aspect, a dense passive aspect, line 6. Therefore, from the spring equinox, E, to the summer solstice, S, we have 2 active life signs and a passive life sign, or life matter life. This gives a phase of 3 signs in which there is great vital activity. From the summer solstice to the autumn equinox, we have 2 passive signs and an active sign, or matter life matter. This gives a 3 signs phase in which the active energy decreases. These 2 first phases constitute the positive plus part of the cycle. The 6 signs constitute a cycle of 6. As we previously mentioned, for the cycle of 3 and the cycle of 6, the balance is only recovered at the end of the 6th sign, which is symbolized by the entry into the sign of Libra. During this positive part of the cycle, the organs which are activated in man's body are the feet, the kidneys and the hands. Therefore man's physical work should be important. And as physical work produces toxins in the body, the kidneys, the organ which eliminates those toxins, are also very active. With the autumn equinox, we enter into the negative passive part of the cycle. For the 3 signs 7 8 9, Libra, Scorpio and Sagittarius, we have 2 active and 1 passive signs, an active phase but, in a sense, directed toward the negative. This reversed active phase leads man to less activity which become minimal at the winter solstice. The signs 10, 11, 12, Capricorn, Aquarius, Pisces, constitute the second phase of the cycle in which we have 2 passive and 1 active signs. This gives a reverse passive phase which is going to slow down the negative effects of the cycle, and by the time of the spring equinox we will have completed the second phase of 6 signs, which again will lead us back to balance. During this negative part of the cycle all the assimilation and elimination organs of the body are active in order to prepare the next activity phase, which will start with the spring. The use of the cycle of 12, the symbolism of the organs which are linked to the signs, also concerns man's occult functioning. These 12 organs are in the service of each of the 7 organs of the head. See work in the oratory. Work in the oratory usual setup always start with the mirror exercise. Proposed exercise: spiritual awakening of the organs of the head and body. First phase, Monday morning during the solar hour following sunrise. Concentrate a few minutes on each of the 7 organs of the head in the numerical order proposed earlier. During the period of concentration do not call for any energy. Concentrate on tuning the organ to the energy which is radiated at that moment. Second phase, once you have practiced the first phase on the 7 organs for 2 or 3 Mondays in a row, operate in the same way every morning but only on the organ of the day. The exercise concerning the mouth should progressively turn your speech into word. Third phase, look up figures 1 and 2. For each sign of the zodiac, choose preferably a Saturday in the second decant. Resume the meditation concentration exercise on each head organ. Strive to link it with the body organ corresponding to the sign of the zodiac. Saturday morning, at sunrise and in the first sign, Aries, mentally join the left nostril, Saturn, and the right foot. Then, during each succeeding planetary hour, Jupiter, Mars, Sun, Venus, Mercury and the Moon, mentally join the right foot still but this time with the organ of the head, corresponding to the planet. Pursue the exercise in the second decant of the sign of Taurus, in the same way but this time using the right kidney. For the signs dealing with the kidneys, consider the kidneys as organs of general purification. For the 6 last signs concentrate on the fact that the function of the organ of the sign improves the organ of the head and its invisible counterpart. This exercise can only be practiced at these times of the year in the temperate zones of the northern hemisphere between the equator and the Tropic of Cancer. For the southern hemisphere, you should mark the beginning of the cycle at the moment when the sun of the northern regions enters the sign of Libra. The sine wave is the exact reverse in the drawing for the southern hemisphere. You can find the cycle of 12 in lunar influences. The equivalent of the sign of Aries is the sign crossed by the moon just after it has passed the head of the dragon. Using the lunar signs is very tricky because of their very short duration, less than 3 days, and because it is difficult to calculate and assign the lunar time. In addition, the work on this cycle leads to astral experiences which could create serious discomfort for one just starting or ignorant in these matters. Ora et labora. The Philosophers of Nature Appendices and Figures, Appendix #1, Jacob's Ladders Appendix #2, Holy Night and Shabbat Figure #1, Table of Planetary Hours Figure #2, Cycle of the 12 Signs of the Zodiac Appendix 1 Jacob's Ladders. We generally say, Jacob's Ladder, but in symbolism there are actually 2 Jacob's Ladders. The first and more important ladder has 10 steps. In its symbolism, it reveals the path which has been covered. Each step corresponds to one of the 10 levels, one of the 10 planes of consciousness. In the course of our inner experiences, a sign will reveal the level we have realized within us, if the ladder is vertical. A horizontal vision of the ladder of 10 is very unlikely because as a symbol it means that the evolution journey is complete. A Jacob's ladder with 12 steps concerns the evolution of a plane within a level. A clue, which is often a symbol of one of the signs of the zodiac, indicates the path covered during this phase. A horizontal ladder in the course of an inner experience means that the step is complete and that an inner initiation will occur before the beginning of the next step. Appendix #2 Holy Night and Shabbat. As soon as we make some progress on the path and obtain a certain mastery in the operation of the descent of the energies, meditations on levels 1 to 10 as previously indicated, we may want to accomplish this descent quickly and powerfully for various reasons. Either to prepare for a magical or alchemical operation. Lesson 7. Dear friend, meditation, prayer, ritual. These 3 techniques are actually 3 methods in which one strives to establish a contact between the consciousness of the earth self and the consciousness of the higher self. We consider 2 parts in an incarnated man. The first, level 10, is called the Little King in occult texts because, by natural decree, man's cerebral part is the absolute master of his earthly kingdom for the duration of his incarnation. The other part, levels 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, is called the Great King. The word king is accurate because each of the 2 parts of man's entity is a king in its domain. The Great King cannot intervene in the kingdom of earth if the Little King, or the physical consciousness, doesn't allow him to. In other words, if the Little King, the intellect which results from the incarnation of consciousness into matter, does not agree to move from his throne, the action of the Great King, the whole comprising all of man's non-incarnated elements, is impossible. To the degree that the contact hasn't been re-established between the two kings, man sinks into materialism and cannot receive any spiritual help from the higher self except in the event of a serious threat against his physical life, if his life hasn't reached the end planned for in this particular incarnation. For non-initiates, this leads to the building of a mental barrier which prevents communication between the two kings. Indeed, if man, once again the little king, doesn't take the necessary steps to establish a bridge between the two kingdoms, he remains stuck. In a way, he maintains this barrier effectively even if he doesn't really intend it so. Man is intelligence by nature and he has the free will to want or not want something. For example, wanting or not wanting to know what lies beyond him. He is free to do so or not. But if he chooses to know, it is up to him to knock, and it shall be opened. The Bible. It is that simple. What do you do when you are thirsty? You turn the water tap on. Meditation, prayer and ritual actually are tools for knocking. Learning, however, requires time and technique, and the first time you knock, you are unlikely to receive the response, enter, that directly. Only symbols will allow you to re-establish a contact, in the beginning. As an aside, at a step closer to us, psychology is attempting the same thing, that is, discoursing with the psyche. Little by little, if we are of good will, the great king will communicate to us through the symbol which is needed for our initiation. The three following techniques should allow the inner birth of symbols in order to establish the dialogue between consciousness and the unconscious. Meditation is generally misunderstood because it is a passive process, not an active one. Following from what we just mentioned, Dalai, the little king, must get up from his throne so that Nishama, the great king, can intervene. In the same way, an effective meditation implies that the intellectual apparatus is completely at rest. We must not even think that we no longer think. It has been observed that most people attain this state more easily in the evening just before sleep. When we reach this state, we suddenly pass to a second state, in which the higher self steeps us with the elements he assumes useful for our current position on the path. The information we receive is either transmitted in the form of symbols, or better even, as a genuine personal teaching, the night school. Remember, we do not meditate, we are meditated. Like the image we already presented, we should be in the state of a fisherman who throws the bait and patiently waits for the fish to nibble at it. If you wish to receive information on a specific subject through meditation, you need to use the following method: concentrate on a subject and on that subject only. Strive not to let your thoughts or your imagination drift away. Repeat the operation often to give a unitary quality to the subject. Visualize the subject like a scenario and keep it with the theater's rule of 3, subject, space, time. If you have difficulties in mastering visualization, tell yourself the story and condense it. Distill it step by step so that it becomes a compact summary and reduce it to a single word. When you reach this point of concentration on the unitary aspect of the subject or on the unique word, strive to become passive and let the word dissolve into the appropriate mental void. As soon as the meditation is complete, if there is an inner revelation, write it down immediately, because for the most part, it belongs to the domain of the volatile more than the domain of the fixed. Prayer in all the lessons of our association, alchemy, Kabbalah, and now the class of Fundamentals of Esoteric Knowledge. You can read the words, ora et labora, at the end of the texts. It means, pray and work. The sense of what is meant by prayer should not mean the same thing for the initiate or one who seeks initiation as for the members of the outer churches. Especially since the misunderstanding of the meaning of prayer constitutes one of the inner barriers which breaks communication between the self of the earth and the higher self. This barrier has been raised precisely because of the instructions and practices of the outer churches. These churches, which are more concerned with material domination than esoteric education, have found in prayer a tool to keep man in submission. We could almost say humiliation. After which, they bring up atonement to save him. What is more serious, however, is that they have kept man in ignorance of the limits of the possible influence of prayer, allowing man to set for himself impossible hopes. Remember, the laws of the universe are fixed laws. Whoever has access to these laws knows very well that no one can go against them and that every request should obligatorily be in accordance with them. In regard to those laws, prayer is an attempt to pass a message through to our inner self. When we formulate a prayer, we strive to believe that we are addressing our inner master. We mustn't kneel down or take any humiliating posture. Physical man is as sacred as the rest of creation. The best attitude for prayer is casual conversation. As a matter of fact, to pray is neither to beg, to implore nor to beseech the goodwill of an all-powerful entity. It is a dialogue with the highest part of ourself who can access the Great All. To do so, we need to leave our old clothes in the cloakroom and come as we are, neither more beautiful nor more ugly than we are at that moment, but willing to listen. Today, we could say with the intent to be on. From a practical point of view, be cautious about the following point: when the time comes to describe your problem, you cannot choose the nature of the solution. Alone the king of the inner invisible world decides on the solution. In fact, he is in the best position to read the great book of nature. Your attitude toward him should be to respect his advice as that of a spiritual father. Further still, from a practical point of view, it is quite useless to pray to angelic, archangelic or other hierarchies. Even though they often present themselves in the form of a human archetype, as do all entities of the invisible world, they are neither free nor conscious of the self. They are nature's computers. If we have the appropriate level of knowledge, we can program them for a specific result, provided the program is accepted by the computer. Be careful. Once the program has started, it can't be stopped. Thus, if one day you realize in the course of a contact that you have authority over them, do not act blindly, and if you cannot foresee all the consequences of your command, do not give it. Because once the process is started, it will take place inexorably according to law. Angels have no hate, love nor feelings. From the point of view of the earth, the best is to see them as machines or as computers, as we mentioned, rather than beings. However, be careful about what we just said, for this does not pertain to the geniuses of the presence, the planetary geniuses, even though religions have given them names of angels or archangels. Perhaps, you have already grasped at this point in our explanations that through prayer, results can be obtained which go beyond the possibilities of the known physical laws, because these laws are the consequences of nature's laws but of a higher order. Establishing an inner contact gives access to these higher laws and thus allows results which cannot be obtained otherwise. Anyway, we assert, in all cases, that the laws of the invisible and visible worlds, that of the second causes, cannot be broken. Insofar as the reascending path has been reclaimed, we can automatically access a certain number of spiritual laws transcending physical laws. For all situations within the framework of those laws, prayer is no longer necessary because you already possess the means to act on your own. This is the case for the initiate. For him, prayer is a conversation between the two selves, directly accessible without any form of preparation, because his state automatically dissolves the inner barriers. At the stage of the student or the adept on the path, the goodwill of the two selves is acquired, and prayer becomes a kind of ceremony, an invitation to converse. For the members of outer churches, laymen or prayer groups, the results obtained, through prayer, do not proceed from the same interlocutor, and the effect is obtained through an egregor. See Lesson 1, the egregor of the religion or that of the group. In this case, a group is asking, not an individual. Therefore, the action cannot result in a genuine conversation with the holy guardian angel, the great king. However, some results are definitely obtained, at the level of healing or solutions found for problems of a material order. Beware and be very watchful. Some groups use the energies which are evoked by the members of the egregor to other ends than those claimed officially. Rituals. There are several types of rituals, each with different aims. They are all based upon the action of both symbolisms. Passive symbolism, as we know, uses space, the passive element of the infinite, to create a resonance between the two selves. It uses drawings, pentacles, to this end, gestures, tracing of the polygons with a sword, and spatially oriented figures. Active symbolism, as we know, uses time, the active element of eternity. It plays on numbers, on the frequency, on the word. Its means of application are speech but also colors, perfumes, the chemical vibrations of stones, plants or liquids. Those means other than speech, all of vibratory states resonating with the senses of perception separate from auditory perception. They are the more subtle and occult aspects of the word. We should remember that the unitary, integrated perception is composed of the perceptions of the 5 terrestrial senses and a lot of other things in addition. Use of rituals. First use, it is a preparation during which the ritual acts upon man's inner energies and strives to balance, harmonize and reinforce them. This consolidation renders the contact between the two selves easier. Second use, it is a protection during which the ritual creates a wall, an armor against a harmful or negative psychic environment. One of the aims of the ritual could be to neutralize this environment or to render it benevolent. At the same time, it eliminates the hindrances and obstacles of the path. Third use, this time it is the realization proper. The ritual aims at thinning or piercing the barrier of matter which prevents contact between the two kings. This is called, to attempt and obtain a conversation with the holy guardian angel. In this case, the focal point of the self-consciousness raises temporarily. Repeated conversations can result in a permanent communication, an attainment which lasts throughout the following incarnations. Fourth use, here, the ritual acts on outer energies or the energies of others. In this domain, the greatest prudence and circumspection are necessary. Where can we find the rituals? There are a number of books currently accessible which give rituals. In any case, with progress and the understanding of symbolism we can bit by bit learn to create the solution which consists of writing our own rituals. These are the best for you. The present class contains enough elements to lead you to this point. When inner contact has been sufficiently established, the solution is simple, no ritual is needed. We can listen, in spirit, to the alchemist philosopher Jean Dubuis, who says, "Now burn all your books including mine." For those who wish to look at the works of Israel regarding entrance, they contain the complete Kabbalistic rituals of the Golden Dawn. Common points to meditation, prayer and ritual: state of mind, no spirit of submission, but open attitude of cordiality almost. Always strive to obtain a communication between the two selves. Passive attitude in meditation. Active attitude in prayer. Active attitude and, in a sense, authority over the energies in the ritual. Ethics, it can be summarized in a few words: disinterestedness, and love of others. As you advance on the path, never violate nature or its emanations. This work requires patience and tenacity, but it excludes mental uptightness. You should be able to accept all that is revealed by the inner. Square breathing and relaxation before any work of this kind is very good. Work in the oratory. We are more than halfway through this class and we know very well that the exercises proposed in the oratory work cannot be accomplished in 1 year's time because of their number, if one hasn't previously worked in practical esotericism. For that reason we will pause now and review each of the preceding exercises. The checkerboard, lesson #1, this exercise actually develops the power of concentration. When you can quickly obtain the uniform color, in about half a minute for example, you have moved closer to the phase in which passing to the second state is possible. The checkerboard symbolism is balance in the quaternary. There are the same number of black and white squares. Their visual fusion signifies that balance is re-established on the one hand and on the other that from duality there is a return to unity. If you do not obtain the uniform color, practice the exercise regularly. Once you are able to obtain the uniform color, you no longer need to practice the exercise. The mirror, lesson 2, its symbolism differs from the checkerboard's symbolism. The mirror recalls the phenomenon in which the one creates duality through its own reflection upon itself. The mirror exercise allows your concentration to reach a higher point than if you were to concentrate on the checkerboard. In fact, if you go beyond the black phase, you go from concentration to genuine meditation, and enter the second state, and, possibly, resonate with one level of nature's memories. With patience, you can reach the point where you can actually ask the mirror, magic mirror on the wall, tell me who is the most beautiful one of all? We repeat that whoever has attained the black phase can look into the mirror during meditation. However, as long as you haven't reached this point, Keep your eyes closed during meditation. If, to the present day, you haven't succeeded in the checkerboard exercise, you should now go on and attempt the mirror exercise. In addition, it is good to start all your oratory sittings by a meditation concentration before the mirror. You can of course do mirror seances without doing any other exercise. Always remember that you should stop whenever you feel a sensation of cold. Meditation on Saturn, Lesson 3. The aim of this exercise is multiple. Saturn Chronos is the father of time. Eternity becomes space-time, and on the return space-time becomes eternity. This takes place at the level of Saturn. The meditation concentration on Saturn may bring a temporary realization of eternity. This results in a kind of unusual mental clarity. The ancients used to say of Saturn that it is the medium kili. Therefore, the exercise can create a resonance with the highest levels of the finite world. Finally, Saturn also rules the channel which conducts lunar energies to Earth. It can therefore help us resolve numerous problems concerning the material world which hinder our esoteric progression. This exercise can be performed if you wish with a more specific focus in the event of problems in the material world. Meditation on the polygons, Lesson 4. These are the most abstract symbols existing for each of the 10 levels. In addition, there are no other symbolic tools which approach this close to the very nature of each level. The pictographs of the planetary symbols are not as powerful. Polygons are pure symbols absolutely free from any stain coming from an egregore or religious symbolism. Therefore they have the advantage of allowing you a maximum of inner freedom. For practical reasons in the visualization of the next exercises, it is good to associate with each work with a polygon the astrological symbol of the corresponding planet. Because the pictograph of the planetary sign is more familiar, it will initiate the contact with the desired plane more quickly. When you begin to obtain some resonance with the polygons, add to the exercises of Lesson 4 the following phase: visualize in light the series of the polygons of a specific level. The light should be all the more intense because the angles of the polygons are acute. The 40 invocations, Lesson 5, for the creation of energy. This exercise is the most important among all the exercises we have proposed. It applies the principles of purification used in spagyrics to the mental state, separate the 3 principles, strengthen and reunite them. Here the separation occurs mentally rather than materially. The vocalization of the rest of the names in the columns fire and air is designed to increase your psyche's and soul's energy without involving the energies of nature. Lesson 8. Powers. The question of esoteric or occult powers is the subject of many discussions in esoteric schools or circles. Many schools say they are against powers, probably to prevent the person in charge from being rapidly outdone by his pupils. This is the reason why a number of people studying Hermetic disciplines claim that they do not seek powers. This displays a profound ignorance of the very nature of the subject. You don't have to be for or against powers, but simply accept the rules of nature which concern them. We hope that this lesson will bring some much-needed light on the subject. It is a complex subject, however, if we consider it as a whole. Later, after considering several of its aspects, everything should become clear and logical. To understand the subject better, always keep several basic principles in mind. The basic principles: 1. There is in the universe a hierarchy of powers and forces analogous to the 10 levels of consciousness and density, see figure in Lesson 3. Note that a force at one level cannot act against a force of a higher level. 2. Therefore there is no miracle possible in the sense of a breach of the laws of nature, because everything is bound by the absolute laws of the universe. The miracles which appear in our world come from the enforcement of the laws of the higher worlds. 3. In the finite world all the laws are double and appear in positive, active and negative, passive aspects. 4. In nature, the rule is as follows: the active aspect is the conductor, the passive aspect is the receiver or obstacle. In order to understand the question of powers, you must know that their nature or the possibility to use them varies for man in accordance with the stages of his universal journey: involution, evolution. Hierarchy of the natural powers: during the universal journey, involution, the first time, Man is born on level 1. Levels 2 and 3 provide him with the elements necessary for his future journey. The potentiality of duality is taking form in him. In the Garden of Eden, he is subject to the law of unity. He knows no good nor evil, and moreover his consciousness doesn't even allow him to grasp the law of unity. Actually, he is not a free being. The Garden of Eden is a prison for him. He must escape in order to accomplish his journey into duality. At this price only can he obtain the freedom that will allow him to comprehend the law of his original world. In order to do so, the being must clear the veil of the abyss, vi. However, this can only occur in a state, contrary to nature, called the original sin, or the fall from grace. The law is evolution toward the infinite and not involution toward the finite. However, involution is a necessity because of the very nature of things. A first initiation, or rather counter-initiation, at the levels 3 to 4 reverses the forces in man and thus creates the possibility of acquiring freedom on his own. Here the word initiation is taken in its sense of beginning. The beginning of the great evolution journey. The expression, counter-initiation, signifies that the result of the initiation is a descent towards denser planes, whereas the usual meaning of the word initiation is a reascent toward more subtle planes. This initiation into duality, let's call it counter-initiation into duality, will have 3 consequences in man. 1. It takes him away from the domain of the law of unity, levels 1 to 3. 2. It makes him pass into the plane of the double law, into the space-time plane, levels 4 to 10. 3. It reverses nature's principle in him. His active, evolutionary principle becomes subject to the passive negative principle. The forces of involution are now the dominant forces in him. This reversal causes man to descend, one by one, the levels of consciousness by granting, more or less unconsciously, the preference for the negative aspect of things. This allows him to continue his involution to the point of maximum density, level 10, our world, a point at which the forces reverse again and become evolutionary under the effect of the initiation of the nadir. At levels 3 to 4, the man who just received the counter-initiation of duality still has some self-consciousness left, few intellectual tools, but his powers are enormous. Weather, rain, the fire of the sky, see symbolism of Jupiter, are his possible servants. However, a complex, double phenomenon with hardly foreseeable consequences will occur. Man will progressively lose his original powers and become more aware of his self-consciousness. The thrust and the effects of the negative aspect of the laws of duality diminish progressively until the being has reached level 10. There, the initiation of the nadir again reverses the principles in him and puts him back in tune with nature. The active aspect now prevails over the passive aspect. Involution is complete, evolution starts. He now has self-consciousness, but he no longer has the powers of the higher levels. Here begins the return of the prodigal son who has lost everything. During involution, whoever has the highest powers is the least advanced. At each counter-initiation, man descends one level and the level he leaves stays with him in his unconscious, but he loses its powers. At each phase of the descent he becomes aware of a darker, denser plane in which his freedom has more effect but on a smaller field with less risk and less danger. The physical world in which we live is ruled by physical and psychic laws. Some are known to current science, but the greater majority remains unknown to this day. Therefore, man of Earth, whose level is 10, is fully subject to the laws of this level. However, there are many people today who have partial and unconscious access to higher planes and are thus partly liberated from the laws of level 10 because the higher laws have priority on them. As a matter of fact, the laws of level 9 dominate those of level 10 and the laws of level 8 dominate those of level 9 and so on. The beings whose inner level is 10 are subject to the determinism of the laws of Earth, only. But as soon as they have access to the higher levels they are progressively liberated from this constraint. Evolution, the return, the reascent during which the being retrieves his original powers, but with more freedom, doesn't occur in one but in 4 journeys. The first journey occurs in the first degree of each of the 10 levels. Each level is comprised of 4 degrees. The second journey occurs in the second degree of each of the 10 levels, etc. In this extended evolutionary journey, the powers are reinstated and are secured for the remaining incarnations, although the being may not necessarily be aware of this. Let's illustrate this mechanism. Imagine a being who reascends and who especially worked in level 4, in the course of his journey in the first degree. This level will manifest in the following incarnations in the form of a strong interest for esoterics or a natural tendency to own many riches of various orders. This same phenomenon with level 5 results in an aptitude for feat of arms. At level 6, art and healing would be predominant. However, if these same phenomena were to occur during the second degree journey, the effects are more potent, more pronounced. Generally in the journey of each degree, from level 6 and above, that is, 6, 5, 4, the awakened powers tend to remain conscious and attain their peak in the last journey, the journey of the 4th degree. We could wonder why several degrees are needed and in consequence why, once we attained level 1, we must return to level 10. The reascent would not be actually possible, or at least very critical, was there only 1 degree. In addition, there is no regression because the level 10 of the second degree is higher than the level 1 of the first degree, and the level 10 of the third degree is higher than the level 1 of the second degree, and so on. Each degree is symbolized by one of the 4 elements in the following order: earth, water, air and fire. Every one of us will have regained his natural powers at the end of his time. Once the potential image that we were has turned into a being, a reintegrated man, each one of us then possesses all the powers existing in nature. Obviously, this requires preparatory work. It also requires that the powers be regained progressively in quantity and quality. As a matter of fact, reascending the levels of consciousness creates in each adept a new series of powers with the completion of each phase, and along with the completion there is an increase of energy in the powers acquired previously. The point is not to be for or against powers, but to accept nature's laws concerning all beings proceeding within a revolution. The faculties are thus naturally awakened and remain so in the following incarnations. We can actually only advance. In the course of evolution, we cannot step 1 level or 1 world back. Moreover, one of the functions of the inner self is to prevent us from accessing higher levels if we do not possess the strength to endure them. For your information, we should say that this function of the inner self is sometimes called the guardian of the threshold, and doesn't exist as a separate entity. The cosmic wind, we already talked about it in lesson 3, but we think it useful to resume discussion of the subject. The cosmic wind is the force which compels us to take responsibility for our growth. It is a manifestation of the love of the Absolute. This law is intangible, but it has 2 actions which depends upon the nature of the being upon whom it has an action. For the man who just received the counter-initiation of duality, the force compels him to descend towards the darkness of the denser worlds. This descent is indispensable to the realization of his growth. The Kabbalists call this force Shaitan. Christians made an individual out of this force, Satan, which is not without serious psychological drawbacks. The initiation of the nadir puts man back in tune with the laws of nature. There, the effect of the force, the cosmic wind, is harmonious and carries man toward the light of the higher worlds. Lucifer is the bearer of light. The false prophets, an interesting fact. Whoever descends to level 6 has the same powers as those who ascends to level 6. However, the one who descends has less freedom. One who evolves toward level 6 is an unobtrusive being. He melts into the crowd. He is an instructor but never will bear the title of master because his first concern is the respect of others' freedom. One who evolves to level 6 tends to use the negative aspect of his powers. He presents himself as a master, seeking to reduce others' freedom because he is not very free himself. Many public masters, gurus or others belong to this domain. They are the false prophets of the apocalypse. Artificial powers. If the restitution of natural powers is the inevitable result of initiation and devolution, it is not the case for artificial powers. They result from the activation of a degree within a level which a man has not yet attained. The activation happens through the resonance which is created by the use of the symbols, generally formulated into a ritualistic format. Within each level, The element invoked by the symbols of the ritual sets the degree to be attained on that level. A fire ritual acts on the 4th degree, an air ritual on the 3rd, a water ritual on the 2nd and an earth ritual on the 1st. The 10th level, which is the level of our worlds, is excluded from these processes. Levels 1 and 2 are practically speaking not accessible through this system. We do not provide any more details about these rituals because they need a special class and a long preliminary study before they can be practiced without danger. Whoever has cleared the nadir naturally tends to activate the positive aspects of the level and degree. He is a white magician. Whoever hasn't yet reached the nadir naturally tends to use the negative side of the level and degree. He is a black magician. We should specify that the power thus awakened is only temporary, generally for the duration of the action called up by the ritual. However, the repetition of the same operation can impregnate the psyche and create an imbalance resulting in mental or psychic problems. The formula: there are rituals which are condensed into a format called a formula. In this case, the resonance of the words creates a temporary raise of the level of consciousness. As a result, it is easier to accomplish our goal and the protection of our physical body is ensured. The notarikon, which is a technique of Kabbalah, works with this aim in mind particularly. Each letter composing it is the first letter of a word. Thus we can either vibrate the notarikon or vibrate the words from which it issues, see oratory work. The initiations: certain groups, schools or philosophical societies perform ceremonies of initiation. The point is to know what kind of effects they have on the receiver, and if there is a breach in the rule according to which each one is the son of his deeds. These initiations can be divided into 3 categories. 1. Initiations allowing you to enter certain groups which do not practice esoteric activities. They are formal ceremonies with no effect upon the path of the candidate. They correspond to the common sense of the word, to begin an activity. 2. Initiations given by groups which had an esoteric activity in the past. In this case, the original symbolism of the initiation left a few traces. But, in general, their effect is almost non-existent on the inner state of the initiate. However, they can awaken a greater sensitivity for the work proposed later on. These ceremonies have quite often descended from genuine initiations which progressively lost their value because of mistakes in the behavior of the group who originally performed them, or because they no longer correspond to the current evolutionary level of humanity. 3. Initiations, which are given by esoteric groups, are generally occult and unknown to the public. In these initiations, the rites of which are for the most part coming from Kabbalah, we essentially manipulate 2 energies, fire for spiritual purification and water for bodily purification. The result of these initiations can be considered a work tool which facilitates the esoteric path but doesn't exempt you from personal work. Those who are tempted by initiations with untimely awakening should beware. In this case, one level is overactivated to the detriment of the others. Most of the time the primary energy is drawn from anywhere except from level 1. The consequences of the imbalances which can be provoked are catastrophic, not to say destructive, a subject we will approach next. The descent of the energies: the energy of the non-manifest penetrates manifestation at level 1. Its quality and quantity are infinite. For the needs of creation, nature takes from this energy and creates its own channel for the descent of the energy, one level at a time. But nature is economical by obligation, it only takes what it absolutely needs for its work. A lack or an excess of energy creates an imbalance which must be compensated for in order to maintain universal balance. Lesson #10. The student who wants to use this energy must imitate nature and create his own channel for the descent of the energy from level 1 to level 10, see the 40 vocalizations. During rituals of invocation he draws upon his own reserve of energy. Imagine, and this often happens, that he hasn't yet reached level 6 but that he needs to operate on level 6 and that, in addition, he hasn't created his own channel. The operation can still happen if he takes the necessary energy from nature's channel of level 6. At that moment there is an imbalance due to a lack of energy. Nature still rebalances its energies but at the disadvantage of the author's energies, because it takes the lacking energies from him, in quantity. This can create troubles, mostly in the nervous or sexual energy. To summarize and specify the various meanings of the word initiation. 1. For the beginning of the first part of the journey, we have counter-initiations, so called because they provide a reverse result from evolutionary initiations. In the course of this series of counter-initiations, man has fallen, original sin. He is in contradiction with the positive aspect of nature's laws but by necessity. Each counter-initiation decreases the level of the consciousness by 1. 2. The initiation of the nadir takes place when involution has attained its maximal point. This initiation does not change the level of consciousness. It puts man back in tune with the positive aspect of the laws of nature. But it does not repair the consequences of involution. It does, however, authorize the repair work. 3. The initiations of evolution bring consciousness to higher levels, one level at a time. These initiations are never conferred by a master of the earth, the inner self alone can confer them to the physical self. We now close the circle which started in the beginning of this lesson. The point is not to be for or against powers but to accept the rules of nature which concerns them. As a matter of fact, these powers should not be sought for themselves but you should accept them as they are given to you according to the advances of your growth. The use of the powers, whether they issue from a ritual or a formula or whether they are natural, the use of powers should obey a certain number of principles. As natural powers are under the surveillance of the higher self in the evolutionary phase, there is practically no possibility for error in their use. Principles to be respected. 1. Never make a flagrant demonstration of power. In fact, never dare the veil of the temple for anyone else. If you do so, you also give him the responsibility which goes along with it, but this individual may not be able to take it. 2. Do not hinder nature in its work, or at least reduce the disturbance to a minimum. 3. Use the power toward others only to facilitate their evolutionary path. Do not do their work for them but only help to clear their way. 4. Make sure that what you ask for in the name of someone else is not contrary to his evolutionary path. 5. Never intervene a second time in a row for the same cause, particularly never heal twice in a row the same individual from the same illness. 6. If you have to consult the archives of nature, the secret should be complete about it. Never consult out of curiosity. 7. Never choose the solution of a problem but ask that it should be resolved. 8. Pray to receive understanding before you receive the powers. Work in the oratory proposed exercise. The use of a magical formula usual setup. The proposed formula should only be used in the case of a serious problem. Meditate well on the problem and find out if, from the standpoint of the invisible, the intervention is positive and appropriate. Feel and sense sacredness when you use it. The formula is Vahos plus Inostro plus Noxis plus Be plus Gloi plus Upin plus Agia plus Ajos plus Hisiros plus pause for a few seconds, Agla plus Agla plus Agla. Each sign plus corresponds to a simple sign of the cross made with the right hand in front of you outwardly and silently from top to bottom and from left to right, small gestures 15 to 20 centimeters wide. In this formula, pronounce all the endings, A like in high, Aj, Oi like in oil, CJ, on like in on. In addition we say, Agia, Ios and Hiskieros. Agla is a note arachon, the derivation of which is, 8 Tejabala Olam Adonai. In the moment immediately following the delivery of the formula, sit, meditate and concentrate on the problem to be treated. A few seconds of concentration are sufficient. Never use this formula for practical, material purposes unless your current life conditions obstruct your esoteric path. If you do not have a specific object for the use of this formula, you can use it to ask for help on your esoteric path. Usual closing. Ora et labora appendix #1, the so-called magical or Kabbalistic formulas. Appendix #1, the so-called magical or Kabbalistic formulas excerpt from the Little Philosopher of Nature. Sometimes we hear that someone knows a formula to heal burns or to stop bleeding. It is not easy to form one's opinion on those practices. Lesson 9. The secret sciences. The secret sciences, currently called occult sciences, are in fact the application of nature's evolutionary methods. The true goal of this knowledge is the making of each one into an authentically free being and a knower, in the appropriate amount of time. The sciences have been hidden, occulto in Latin, for a long time by fear that exoteric forces could take hold of them and destroy them as a result of not knowing how to use them. Moreover, history, particularly during the Inquisition, abounds with examples of such deeds, as consequences of careless revelations. If we really want to advance on the evolutionary path, sooner or later we need to approach and utilize one or several of these disciplines. Therefore we think it useful to present their genuine content in broad outlines. In Western countries, occult sciences have been practiced by adepts who, for the most part, have been called Rosicrucians. For all practical purposes, the true Rose Cross has in fact dissolved the veil of the second death and could not make any public appearance. The study of the clear and coded texts inherited from the ancients shows that they all worked principally on a triptych of knowledge: alchemy, magic, astrology. This triptych of sciences are often accompanied by coding and decoding tools such as symbolism, numerology, and mythology. The associations of journeymen in the Middle Ages, which were probably working in relation with these adepts, carved the symbolism of this knowledge into stone. The three portals of the cathedrals are in fact attempts to summarize these three major sciences. Generally there is an alchemical, a magical and an astrological portal. We shall examine these sciences one at a time. Alchemy in the ancient texts. This subject is often found under the title of medicine. Alchemy is actually a set of preparatory medicines leading to initiation. In summary, alchemy can be divided into four kinds of medicines: medicine of the body, medicine of the soul, medicine of knowledge and medicine of nature. 1. Spagyrics or medicine of the body. We should remind you now that all the beings of the three kingdoms, mineral, plant and animal, have a soul, that is, they possess an animating energy, sulfur pound. They also have a salt copyright which molds the nature of their body, and they have a mercury which ensures the connection between the two. This law applies to all beings of all kingdoms. The alchemists say that everything is subject to the life energies which involve and evolve under the pressure of astrological energies. Spagyrics essentially concerns the plant kingdom and consists in, as its Greek name announces, separating and reuniting. In fact, there is a bit more to do. Briefly, let's say that there is separation of the principles, purification of the separated principles, reunion of the purified principles. Thus, we obtain powerfully healing remedies without toxic effects. In other words, bodies whose densities are in accord with the different levels of energy. Spagyric remedies sometimes issue from the mineral kingdom, but generally to the exclusion of the 7 traditional metals of the metallic realm. These metals are used in another phase of the alchemical work. Moreover, the first goal of spagyrics is not the healing of the body. In effect, it is to prepare the body in such a way that it can go through initiation. For this purpose, each level of consciousness is to be treated by one or several plants which are appropriate for that level. 2. Initiation or medicine of the soul. This second aspect of alchemy is certainly its major feature. By using the properties of the ores of metals, the adept can influence the energies of his intermediary bodies and thus progressively clear the barriers which separate him from his various levels of consciousness. In order to understand this chapter well, let's once again go back to the figure of Lesson 3, which refers to the following explanations. Each level of energy corresponds to a density of man, a subtle body. However, there is a difference between the different subtle bodies and the very dense body of the earth. 3 subtle bodies gather to form a world. Thus, levels 9, 8, 7 form a world which comprises a threefold density and a trinitary consciousness. In this world, the walls between 9 to 8 and 8 to 7 are weakened, but the levels are still to be re-established, one by one. It is the same for levels 6, 5, 4, which also form a world in which the element of balance is level 6. Here the walls between 5 to 6 and 4 to 6 are weakened. If we consider the almost complete separation of the levels of consciousness, there is a separation between the body of level 10 and the bodies of levels 9, 8, 7 through the veil of birth and death. There is also separation between the bodies of levels 9, 8, 7 and those of levels 6, 5, 4 through the veil of the second death. Finally, there is a separation between the bodies of levels 6, 5, 4 and those of levels 3, 2, 1 through the veil of eternity, called the veil of the abyss. In fact, levels 3, 2, 1 cannot be considered as bodies. Therefore we have 6 subtle or intermediary bodies. It is also said that we have 7 bodies, including the physical body. It is also said that there are 3 bodies in man if we consider our world and the 2 worlds above it, which have 3 levels each, as we just mentioned. Of course, the work on the metallic realm is interesting, from a point of view of initiation, only once you have established, through spagyrics, a field which allows you to use the products issuing from the metallic realm without risks. Here, each level of consciousness should be treated by a specific metal. 3. Medicine of knowledge. The knowledge of secular science is an acquired knowledge which is voluntarily limited because it systematically ignores, or denies, the spiritual aspect of things and beings. This is not the case with alchemy because in order for its methods to be successful, you must constantly take into account the spiritual and life principles. Besides, the alchemical operations progressively lead the adept to a communion with nature and matter which provides a direct revelation of knowledge. The adept learns then, through this contact, the reality of the nature of the being, of his origin and growth. 4. Medicine of nature. Involution occurs throughout nature, including man. The consequences which one and the other undergo are identical. Perhaps the consequences are heavier on nature due to man's ignorance of his actions. But once he has been initiated by alchemy, the adept possesses the means to help nature to repair the consequences of involution and repair man's errors. In this particular domain, his powers are almost without limits. The alchemical initiation obligatorily includes the mastery of the 4 medicines. Magic in the West. True magic has a Kabbalistic origin regardless of the detours taken from this origin. As a matter of fact, magic has always been more or less infused with Kabbalah because it uses the power of resonance of the letters of the Hebrew alphabet. The power of resonance at play is produced either by the graphic symbolism of the letters or by pronouncing them aloud. Hebrew is closer to the original word than our modern languages. The true aim of magic, or Kabbalah, is the manipulation of spiritual energies with a view to initiation. If alchemy manipulates the energies through their relationship to their physical matrix, magic or Kabbalah manipulates them by means of symbols. In this domain, there is a first phase which consists in acquiring a view of the entire universe and man because we should know the map well, before we set out on the journey. Then, we have a preparation phase which consists in purifying and rebalancing each of the energetic levels of consciousness, by reharmonizing the elements each one in relation to the others. The goal of this operation is to eliminate the scoria accumulated during involution in the various levels of consciousness. Religions would say to eliminate the consequences of the so-called original sin. Once this operation is complete, we can undertake the third phase which consists in working on the walls separating the different levels of consciousness. In Kabbalah, we call the possible passages through these walls paths, and Kabbalah says that they are 22 in number. As an aside, some representations of Jacob's ladder, about which we spoke in Lesson 6, have 22 steps. Several keys can open these passages: tarot, the Hebrew letters, vocalization and meditation, the astrological symbols, signs or planets, which are all a welcome, accessory help. Magic never operates against the laws of nature. Like alchemy, it respects the laws which rule creation. Its results seem supernatural to the layman because he ignores the nature of the rules which are used and the causal laws behind effects. This is not the case with the magus or the Kabbalist who, knowing how to access certain laws of the higher levels, can transcend and command the constituents of the lower planes. In order to attain this, he has various methods at his disposal, the choice of which essentially depends on the applications he foresees. In the beginning, the apprentice can create chords and resonance with the higher levels only through the use of symbols, grouped in the form of a ritual. There are rituals for each level and rituals for each element. The ritual, as we saw, has only a temporary role. Indeed, it creates, little by little, an automatic inner link, and as soon as this is accomplished it becomes of no more use. Aside from the rituals, There is another means of access to the higher levels which consists in causing the intermediary bodies to travel. This outing is called astral travel, or astral projection, and it liberates the consciousness from the prison of the body. Thus, it permits a direct contact with planes higher than the earthly plane. This method incurs many risks, and our belief is that it is unwise to use it if you do not already possess a great deal of esoteric experience and if you haven't gone through a thorough cleansing of your inner worlds. In a sense, we can say that natural magic is concerned with our growth, our evolution, our inner being. The other aspect of magic has to do with the use outside of us. It is the magic called, often wrongly, ceremonial magic, and which, always wrongly, is sometimes called black, sometimes white. Do you have the right to use these methods to help others? As long as you need these rituals for yourself, as long as your inner master doesn't present itself to you in the course of the night school, we do not advise you to do so. As a matter of fact, the risks of error are considerable, and it is better not to touch the material or spiritual growth of others because, in this case, the consequences of errors are deadly. Anyway, an important rule is that what you ask for should not be contrary to the growth necessity of another. Magic, like Kabbalah, teaches man to take responsibility for himself. As a study, but even more as a practice, it is doubtlessly the first attempt of unitary response of the universe. It brings an answer to man's three most important questions: who are we? Where do we come from? Where do we go? Astrology for the esoteric student. Astrology is interesting for two reasons. First, he can strengthen his psychic faculties, and second, he can work at a propitious time for him. Studying his own astrological elements gives him the possibility of determining the elements he particularly needs to work on. The study of the astrological symbols creates resonances in him which give him access to a better knowledge of himself. Here more than ever, everything we mentioned about this subject in the class is important. As a matter of fact, working on each of the inner worlds from level 9 to 3 included, occurs in correspondence with the planet concerned. We won't bring up this subject again. After he masters his energies sufficiently, the student is then capable of using the astrology of the planetary geniuses. This allows him to find the propitious time not only during the week but also during the day or even during the hour. Lesson 6. Esoteric Astrology. The Earth traces out an ellipse as it travels around the Sun. Every ellipse has two focal points. The visible Sun occupies one of these centers while the other is occupied by the invisible Sun, often called the Black Sun, which radiates the life energies, the non-material energies, needed for the Earth. All the planets of the solar system describe ellipses around the Sun day as each of these ellipses is different. There is an invisible Sun for each planet, the invisible Sun of Saturn, Mars, etc. Astronomically speaking, these invisible suns are never far away from our Sun, except for the invisible Sun of Saturn, which is located between the orbits of Venus and Mercury. They are closer to one another than planets are to each other. The invisible Sun of Venus is very close to the Sunday. The true astrological influences, which are of a spiritual order, come from the interaction between the invisible suns. As an example, the invisible Sun of Saturn acts on its planet, which reacts back to it, and its invisible Sun in turn acts on the Sun of the Earth. All the elements of the solar system act reciprocally one upon the other. Besides, the invisible suns do not move in relation to our Sun, they are therefore a symbol of the fixed laws of the universe. The adept interested in this aspect of astrology should make all the related calculations. If he is thwarted in this study, he should resort to the energies of the planetary geniuses. As a summary, alchemy would be the study of chemistry plus life, magic the study of physics plus life, and astrology the study of astronomy plus life. Symbolism is not properly speaking a secret science. It is, as we saw, lessons 4 and 5, a practical tool of Kabbalah magic or a decoding tool mostly for esoteric texts. If your mind is well impregnated with symbolism, the journey on the path will be considerably easier. Numerology, as we saw it through the 10 levels and particularly through the study of numbers, Lesson 6, sheds light on the esoteric meaning of numbers and names, through gematria. It is also used to code certain texts, Vigenère, Trithemius. Mythology. Mythological narratives are analogies of magical or alchemical operations. The first part of the initiatory path is difficult because our intuition is still weak and the inner contact non-existent. Therefore we have a need for outer, intellectual knowledge for the preparation of our journey. This knowledge cannot be expressed in a clear language accessible to all, and so the servants of the invisible devised mythical narratives, fairy tales and legends. The point is to recognize the true ones, in order to explain the required stages of the journey. Expressing this knowledge by means of symbols presents two advantages. On the one hand, it is sheltered from the risk of destruction by profane forces. On the other, we know that symbolic language is the best means to get through to the inner self. As an example, Ovid's Metamorphosis describes the way of the alchemical path. The Greek and Roman gods symbolize the attributes of the different levels, and the labors of Hercules symbolize the stages of the path. For those interested in the subject, one of the best text decoding mythology is probably the Greek and Egyptian fables, with commentary by Peme. Many schools claim that they provide esoteric education. Depending on their objectives and knowledge, they propose tools to awaken the student which are more or less appropriate. Remember, regardless which is the most advanced school, there always comes a phase in which the student must take responsibility for himself. Nothing can exempt him from his work. Any school which lives up to its name should lead the student to the gate of the temple. Then, he and he alone can knock, and if the door opens he is offered the knowledge of that which lies beyond the veil. Oratory work. Proposed exercise, the descent the energies, to he effected once you have accomplished the awakening of the levels in 30 consecutive days 3 times 10, lesson #4 oratory. Usual setup. Place the figure of the 40 invocations, lesson 5, in front of you. Vocalize the 4 names of each level in the order fire, air, water, earth, starting with level 1 and descending toward level 10. Follow the rhythm of 1 level per minute. Remain passive for a few minutes. Usual closing. When you want to operate on 1 level only during an exercise in the oratory, it is imperative that you always perform a descent of the energy starting from level 1. Thus, there is no risk of disturbing nature's energies nor of experiencing the uncomfortable resulting consequences. In lesson 12, we shall explain how to operate on a single level. This rapid descent can be performed each time you need to charge yourself. Note: A. The vocalization of the 4 names in this system of ritual is only compatible with the exercises given here or with the Hebrew Kabbalah. We do not know of possible interactions with rituals of other origins. B. The vocalizations function because they are an image of the word, and the word is senior to energy. Aura et labora. Appendix. The chemical sky figure #1 with list of features. The chemical sky appendix. The chemical sky. A careful study of the works of adepts from the past points out that Basil Valentine, Trithemius, Agrippa, Paracelsus were simultaneously alchemists, Kabbalists and astrologers. You may prefer one over the other 2 designated ways, but you cannot completely neglect the other 2. As an example, let's take the reading of the Chemical Sky by Jacques Dell. It is both an alchemical and Kabbalistic synthesis, also in accordance with traditional astrology. However, this synthesis, which tends to be unitary, makes it difficult to separate the studies of alchemy, Kabbalah and astrology from one another. The symbolism is astrological but can be interpreted following the very nature of the practical works you are undertaking. The first obvious remark is that each planet is assigned to 2 signs of the zodiac, a positive and a negative one, except for the Sun and the Moon, which are assigned to only 1 sign. If we consider that the medium Kali is the point of junction between Aquarius and Capricorn, then it is the point at which the unitary energy of unity, is introduced into the solar system. The role of Saturn, already studied, is to manifest duality. The unitary energy can be divided into 2 branches, one leading to the side Aquarius, Pisces, etc., which is the lunar branch. The other leading toward Capricorn, Sagittarius, etc., which is the solar branch. At each level, the energies remain polarized. For example, at level 4 and 4, we have Pisces, negative, and Sagittarius, positive. With each change in level, the energy changes sign. There is a symmetry in relation to the vertical axis passing through the junctions Aquarius, Capricorn and Cancer Leo. However, the two parts are always complementary. Each branch includes a 6-step cycle, that is, 2 times a cycle of 3. Lesson 6, the lunar branch starting with a positive phase of 3 steps ending with a 3-step negative phase. The solar branch starting with a 3-step negative phase ending with a 3-step positive phase. The energy thus prepared leaves the solar branch through the sign Leo with a positive aspect to feed the solar astral, and leaves the lunar branch through the sign of Cancer with a negative aspect to feed the lunar astral. Lesson 10: Universal Justice, Karma and Universal Law. Universal justice is often known by the name of karma. In this name, many accuse universal justice of being the source of all their unhappiness, and the fear resulting from this negative interpretation leads them to adopt a more or less fatalistic attitude which doesn't help at all. In reality, universal justice is total. It applies to the totality of the universe, and its symbol, the balance or scales, signifies that the equilibrium of the universe cannot be disturbed for long before the fixed laws re-establish the balance. The universal law is not the lex talionis. It doesn't compensate according to the formula, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Universal law obliges all beings to do that for which they have been created. It forces them to accomplish their growth. It is so for everything in nature. Man's growth, as we said before, in order to realize his growth, man must first evolve. He must descend from his primordial divine state to the animal state of the earth. The universal law compels him to descend. Everything which materializes represents good for him. When, in that state, he has acquired the necessary elements for his growth, then, through the means of the nadir, the law is reversed and compels him to reascend, to return to his first divine state, but this time with knowledge. Now his growth is that which spiritualizes him, liberates him from the hold of matter, nonetheless without denying, rejecting or destroying matter. The descent and the reascent take place in involutionary and devolutionary cycles. All cycles contain the number 6, the number of balance, but also the number of the beast in the Apocalypse 666. We said previously, Lesson 6, that the cycle of each stage contains 12 phases. Here, however, we consider each of the 2 halves of the cycle, that is, 6 positive, active phases and 6 negative passive phases. The passage of the nadir reverses the action of this cycle. That which was active toward matter becomes passive, and that which was passive toward the spiritual becomes active. The passage of the nadir is not the end of the journey but the beginning of the great return journey. Imbalance and balance. If at the end of each cycle, man hasn't rebalanced his energies, he is imbalanced in the following cycle, and universal balance compels him to amend this situation. Of course, after the initiation of the nadir, what, in this world, doesn't work toward his evolution certainly imbalances his energies. An uncomfortable physical situation may result, which is also physically painful because it prevents nature from undertaking its repair work. As soon as we direct our path, our work in the direction requested by our growth, the energetic equilibrium is re-established. At the same time, the so-called karma disappears. Man becomes free. The energies of the universal balance are transmitted to our physical plane, level 10, through the channel of level 9, the moon. Thus the state of balance is more rapidly recovered if you work directly on level 9. The problem of karma is usually misunderstood because our inner walls, again, prevent the light from coming in. These walls result from men being impregnated with erroneous notions, in particular the physical, intellectual, concepts of good and evil. Religious morality and the concept of sin constitute one part. Another part is constituted by the narrow concepts of our laws, our customs, and our justice, the criteria of which are often foreign to universal justice. The being is beyond all the feelings man of earth may experience. There can be no offense towards him. Divine laws are expressed in the laws of nature which fundamentally cannot be broken. Man cannot go beyond the limits of those laws. Man cannot hope to become the master of nature without obeying its laws. F. Bacon. The laws of nature describe a framework which is the limit of man's possibilities. Their true sin would be to go out of this framework, a task quite impossible for man. Sin, in the current sense of the word, doesn't exist. However, within the framework, man can act in agreement or in disagreement with the necessities of his growth. His wanderings result from the choices he made against his growth. Again, nature and the being do not judge events from the same standpoint as man of earth. The Eternal says, "My wisdom is not your wisdom, but your wisdom is madness in the eyes of the Eternal." Factors of balance. Several points should be carefully considered and mastered, if we wish to remain balanced. First of all, we should liberate our inner judgment from any artificial conditioning. Moreover, if we want to understand the action of universal justice, we should keep in mind that the good for whoever involves is that which takes him away from the origin, that which makes him descend into matter. Conversely, the good for whoever evolves is that which takes him away from matter and pushes him towards his return, his origin, where he'll become a knower. In order to neutralize and master karma, we could say our difficulties, our stumbling blocks, we should remember that universal justice is infallible. It doesn't play a punishing role, but it essentially ensures everyone's growth. Moreover, every attempt made in the positive direction generates great and immediate improvements. This is not incompatible with universal justice. As a matter of fact, if we are of goodwill, we can begin to glimpse the nature of the solution, but the balance may not be necessarily re-established at once. However, this attitude somehow provides time credit. We'll have the necessary time to consolidate ourselves, to become stronger. The task which, at the beginning, seemed unsurmountable will only require relatively easy work. How can we participate in or be a part of the solution? First of all, the most obvious thing is not to complicate our case, and the first practice is silence. As a matter of fact, talking about our problems with the conscious or unconscious intention to complain about or justify our behavior certainly results in the prolongation of the situation, even if the latter doesn't get worse. It is the same when we decide to help somebody wrongly. Of course, we can talk about our problems to people competent in their own domain, like a confidant, a doctor, a lawyer, etc., but no one else. The less individuals know of your problem, the easier it is to resolve it, the easier it is to dissolve it. We should therefore avoid giving it a fixed quality by crystallizing it. Before we ask others for any help, we should strive to help ourselves. God helps those who help themselves. Sweeping the front of our door sometimes allows us, if we have the least intuition, to abandon our ideas, our projects, in order to examine if anything better or at least less bad could present itself. To be in love with our ideas may lead us to keep them and therefore to block our own development. Finally, we should strive to establish inner contact. For this purpose, the best meditation time is the hour following sunrise on Monday morning. If, after we have made every effort possible to make our first steps alone, nothing has improved, we may ask for the help of someone we judge more advanced. In this case, we should ask for help without giving any explanations. We should not hinder the transmission of the will of the higher self. Remember that the little king consults the great king. The difficulties we meet and we wish to resolve often originate from events produced by our society, our civilization, which we may dislike or even loathe. We should certainly not remain passive or be timid, but we should be careful and watchful in our actions. We should remember that universal justice applies in a comprehensive way to groups, nations, humanity, and the galaxies. On this subject, if we wish to glimpse what kind of forces lead the religions and nations, it is very edifying to examine their outer symbols and to compare them. At that level, a religion or a state which denies its symbol in spirit or in deeds is doomed to disappear. Another cause of trouble in this world, and not the least, is the fact that to this day some evolve and some still involve. If we bring together an evolving being and an involving being into a couple, sooner or later, the couple will split because the created situation becomes unbearable. It is the same with big groups and nations. If the involutionary is stronger, we obtain a certain type of society. If the evolutionary is stronger, we obtain another. During the phases in which humanity collectively approaches the nadir, we go through unstable situations. Within any country or group in which the evolutionary predominates over the involutionary, social mutations necessarily occur. On the subject of incarnation, the phenomenon of the oscillation of the universal balance is common to all creation. Therefore it also applies to the series of man's incarnations. The latter are repeated until attaining the level of the veil of the abyss, that is to say, the level at which the being completes his terrestrial journey. There he recovers the original wisdom. We may be surprised to hear people claim with certainty, "This is my last incarnation." They commit a gross error which certainly indicates a lack of balance. When the inner state no longer needs to return to earth, it is the current practice to return and be of service. The ones who are at that level never say that they won't return. The union of the two selves within them ensures them of, if not a comfortable life, at least a decent life without any major problems in this world. Often, individuals who have serious difficulties say, "It's the last one." Their difficulties demonstrate the very fact that they did not master the domain of matter. Non-return is only possible through the mastery of the 7 lower levels and consequently through the possession of their attributes. Examine the symbols of levels 6 and 4 in particular. Level 6 gives healing power at a distance. Level 4 gives mastery over the elements. If you do not possess these to any degree, you are not ready for the non-return. On the same order of idea, many people who have just been awakened by the passage of the nadir wallow in psychic experiments, perhaps interesting ones but certainly not very useful and perhaps even hindering their progress. It is not advised to consult the archives of nature directly or through clairvoyance in order to nose into past incarnations. If their content is useful to your advance, the higher self will unavoidably grant it to you in the course of your work, but without your asking. Those who do not follow the appropriate path are stopped in their progress, as is shown by the confusion of the Tower of Babel. Oratory work. Proposed exercise: contact with nature's archives. Usual setup. Place yourself in front of the mirror with 2 lit candles. After a few minutes of concentration, whether you obtain the black state or not, snuff the left candle out and place the right one in the center. Concentrate for a short time on the following subject. The right candle, a symbol of the currents of intelligence and mercifulness, is moved toward the center on the channel which links level 10 to level 9. Visualize, this is optional, the symbol of Saturn above the lit candle and above it the waxing moon. Do not ask for anything, be completely passive. If everything goes well, and it will if you repeat the exercise, that which you need to know will be revealed to you through the mirror. Carefully note the symbols because each exercise only gives you a piece of the puzzle which you should progressively reconstruct. Relight the left candle. Replace the center one to the right. Perform a short heart meditation. Perform the closing gesture, or say the closing word. Remember the saying, ora et labora. Ora, we seek a constructive inner contact. Labora, we use the physical world which is essential to our progress. And now, ora et labora. The philosophers of nature. Appendices, Appendix #1 positive and negative, active and passive. Appendix to the archives of nature. Appendix 1 positive and negative, active and passive. Every day we call negative things which seem bad and positive things which seem good. The word passive often takes on the meaning of lazy and active the meaning of energetic. These ethical values start falling off when we study nature's laws, such as electricity for example. We learn that the terms negative and positive represent 2 separate qualities of the electrical current, to opposite but complementary qualities. Light is another example. The light energy is invisible in intersidereal spaces in which we know there is darkness. When this light meets with our atmosphere, which represents the obstacle, the passive element, light manifests. In the same way, which the astronauts have confirmed, the sky is dark when seen from the moon because there is no atmosphere, there is no obstacle. But the Earth, again the obstacle, is lit because it reflects light. At a higher level, in unity, the negative and the positive are united, as we have studied in this class. They only separate in duality. If one or the other didn't exist, there could be no duality. That which differentiates them is a force essential to manifestation. The active energy cannot manifest if it doesn't encounter a passive obstacle. As soon as we realize the necessity of the passive in order for nature to be animated, active, we no longer attribute the meaning bad to the word negative, and we gradually come to understand the necessity for the existence of an obstacle. The notions of passive and active actually take such a place in our unconscious that we should constantly seek to redefine their meaning apart from any ethical or qualitative evaluation. We think we were precise enough, in this class, first about the difference between involution and devolution, descent and ascent, passive and active, and on the other hand the fact that they are a necessity for the growth of the being who must definitely follow this path. Once again, let us say that in the involutionary course beings provoke such a materiality that the place of spirituality is minimal. This situation is reversed during the ascent. A difficulty remains, however, because in many circumstances, the values attributed to the terms negative and positive are overlapping as much in their ethical aspect as in their aspect of laws of nature, without necessarily a confusion in meaning. As a matter of fact, as we just mentioned, that which suits to the involutionaries, beings in involution, is the reverse of that which suits the evolutionaries, ascending beings. Thus, regardless of the stage we find ourselves in, we are necessarily in opposition with beings who are sensibly at the same level but on the other side of the journey. Even if we admit to the necessity of this difference in polarity, it is important that we recognize it as a hindrance which we quickly qualify as negative because we do not feel comfortable in it. To get out of it or to see it clearly, we should always bear in mind this notion of necessity and find out where we are in order to appreciate where it is appropriate to place your stone in the equilibrium of the universal balance. Appendix 2. The archives of nature. Any action, any fact, any thought is automatically recorded in the memories of nature or archives of nature or akasha for the Easterners. Each thing of the earth is thus recorded in the 9 higher levels. But each level only takes the recording which corresponds to it, that is, that within the event which corresponds to its level. In other words, each event impregnates the various levels depending upon how it resonates with them. Thus, we should be very careful in the interpretation of a vision. Generally and especially when the archives of nature become naturally accessible to you, you only perceive one level at a time. In this case, the image of the thing thus obtained is incomplete. Lesson 11. The 7 Commandments of the Frata Unitatis. We are not going to launch into an exegesis of the texts concerning the Dharma. Several years after the year 1600, certain writings appeared in France and Germany on this subject. They were written in German, Latin and French. The authentic texts on this subject were actually written by individuals who had an inner contact between the little self and the great self. Therefore the texts of the Pharma are emanations of the invisible, undoubtedly written in order to attract beings in a material way to the path of inner realization. As a matter of fact, an individual who has re-established his own inner contact automatically becomes a member of the invisible order. Therefore the commandments below seem very appropriate to sustain you in your work of personal realization. The author's name or the date of the publishing matter very little. The important point is that you can verify their use and truthfulness for yourself as your inner walls start dissolving. 1. You won't serve God and Mammon if you are of service. You cannot be at once in the service of God, the universal principles, and in the service of Mammon, which is the symbol for the energy of money. We explain as follows: we should not ignore the role of money, but we should seek the most perfect financial independence and the most complete disinterestedness. If you have acquired some financial ease through inheritance and work, it is yours and you are responsible for it. You should not squander your good. Always remember that wealth is the symbol of a powerful energy of the invisible which appears at level 4 along with duality. Its passive aspect is at the origin of all earthly material wealth. Its active aspect is the food of esoteric knowledge. Level 9 transmits this energy as the level of the metal called silver, money. Its role is to help in the functioning of the material world, but, under this aspect and within all possible limits, it should be excluded from spiritual work. If you are entrusted with an important part of this energy, it is because you are the guardian and only master of its use. If such is your case, it should authorize you particularly to work on the esoteric path without financial compensation. If your means of material existence depends on an income obtained through esoteric knowledge, you are no longer neutral or free, and consequently you cannot be a recognized servant. If you examine the methods used by those who practice or have practiced authentic esoteric disciplines, you can verify that this rule has been respected. The monks of yesteryears worked the earth to obtain their own subsidy. Today, any esoteric An, or Yui. 11v1 Arjun discord greater, Nani, strives to follow this rule and distributes no salary to the individuals who are responsible. Let's specify that this is a point we are fiercely watchful for in the LPN Association. Very often, we see esoteric students commit the following error of discernment: thanks to the powers, I'll have some money with which I can do good. In fact, there is never need of money to help others in their evolution. Material work requires a financial compensation, but help through occult ways, never. 2. You won't sell the gift of God. There is no gift of God in the literal sense of the word, for this would be contrary to the principle of universal justice. The gifts result from a partial realization of our reintegration during the course of previous incarnations. This somewhat archaic expression, gift of God, would translate today as divine attribute of the inner being, that is, the original attribute which has at this time been recovered. We should not derive any financial profit from it. Whoever sells the gift of God, that is, whoever makes a business out of it, loses it sooner or later. If you are at once a doctor and a mystic healer, the doctor in you, according to the laws of this earth, can make money for his work, but a healer who is in you should heal without saying so and of course freely. If you are not a doctor but if you have a healing gift, you should not get any money from it. You can accept donations but you should neither impose them nor claim them. If you are an astrologer, you can get paid for your work of study and calculation. But if you have access to the memories of nature, you cannot get money for this part of the consultation. In summary, we state that work specific to level 10 belongs to the material domain and can be remunerated. That which is given through other levels cannot be exchanged for cash. The borderline, often slim in practice, is actually more a problem of conscience and intuition rather than a problem of rules. These two first commandments are perhaps the most difficult to actually grasp because, in our world, the visible and invisible forces of money are particularly powerful. To explain once more the border which is involved, let's say that a spagyric remedy doesn't necessitate a gift for its making and can therefore be sold. On the other hand, an alchemical remedy which relies on a certain gift for its successful fabrication should in no way be the object of a financial compensation. Remember that on level 4 both the spiritual energies of wealth and the material energies of wealth are created. One is the positive spiritual law of the double law of this level, the other is the negative material. The point is to not confuse them in their use. The function of money doesn't proceed from the spiritual domain and the force of money cannot guide spiritual work. 3. You shall wear your country's costume. The initiate, the one who has genuinely received knowledge, doesn't have to demonstrate his knowledge nor distinguish himself from the world around him by any outer signs. Discretion is his rule. The priest of an outer religion can wear the costume which constitutes a sign for outer recognition. But an adept doesn't have to be distinguished from the layman by his costume. He may wear a ceremonial robe for a prayer, why not, or in a temple, this is allowable. But being anonymous within the crowd is one of the keys to progress. A distinctive costume more or less leads one toward pride, a major obstacle on the path. In addition, this third commandment encompasses a larger scope of meaning relating to morals and manners, the social and political aspects of the nation in which we were born. In its occult interpretation, this commandment means, strive to be in harmony with the egregore of your birth because you can find there what suits you best on this earth, for the degree of evolution in which you find yourself. We can also add, if part of creation has been made invisible to the layman, it is by necessity, and whoever wants or begins to contact the invisible should not show it to the layman. 4. If you practice a religion, practice that of your country. You weren't born randomly in any country. Thus, you should as much as possible conform to the rules of your country. A lot of people are attracted to philosophies, religions and beliefs existing in countries quite distant from their birthplace. There are two main reasons for this. First, it comes from the somewhat mysterious ever-attractiveness exerted by the distant unknown. The second, more subtle, is the attraction exerted on us by things which have been ours in a near or distant past. From the past, we should only keep the constructive aspect and use that which we acquired as a stepping stone for future progress. The love of the past should not become an obstacle in the conquest of the future toward which we are less attracted because it still belongs to the domain of the unknown. Through this fourth commandment, at this point in the class, we should beware not to become a victim because we ignore the inversion of man's psychic forces during the initiation of the nadir. Before this initiation, man evolves, after this initiation man evolves. Before the initiation, a man born in a country of solar religion is attracted to the countries of lunar religions because he is descending the levels. After the passage of the nadir, things are reversed. A man, regardless of his birthplace, is tempted to follow the lunar first and then the solar order. Remember that we can be guided or enlightened in our choices if we carefully observe the symbols which rule the various religions of this world. Obviously, whoever has penetrated the esoteric path is under no obligation to follow and even less to submit to an exoteric religion. If you wish to do so, you can practice a religion but do not give your allegiance to it. Submission to a religion invariably leads to intolerance and a narrowing of your point of view. In fact, any adept on the esoteric path should know that there are only two churches, the Church of Peter and that of John. The first includes all the religions and sects of the world, it is the outer church. The other includes all the esoteric movements, it is the inner church. Whoever is admitted into the inner church no longer has any interest in remaining with the first one. The teaching of the churches of Peter is dogmatic and none of these churches grant any inner freedom. On the other hand, inner freedom is the goal of John's church. Undoubtedly, religions are based on sacred texts which can be excellent subjects for meditation. But it is said that the spirit vivifies and the letter kills, and we see outer religions take these texts literally because they no longer have the esoteric keys to penetrate them. In fact, the genuine religion, in the sense of religia, which means to link, to join, to reunite, aims at creating a link between man of earth and the structures of his higher self. For all practical purposes, we wish to specify that if you disagree with the customs of your country, you may want to provoke an evolution but no revolution. Somehow this fourth commandment is also a commandment to wait. That is, as the original functions awaken within us, we should not use them to move the society around nor the politics, religion, or the philosophy of our country. We should wait until our mission is revealed to us by the invisible through the channel of our inner master. It will obviously be small and limited at first. In fact, we must learn to serve before we may become maître d' master of the altar. 5. Don't subsidize hospitals or churches. The esoteric interpretation of this commandment is that universal healing belongs to the domain of the occult, of the invisible. A mystic living up to his name should remedy the cause of the disease himself, and he doesn't need a hospital for this. This doesn't mean that the adept should do nothing in this domain. Paracelsus, for instance, very much contributed to the development of the pharmacopoeia. The adept has the right and the duty to push therapies towards spiritual aspects, therefore he shouldn't support systems which result from an essentially materialistic medicine. This commandment may seem shocking if we take it literally. But didn't an initiate claim, "Render to Caesar that which belongs to Caesar"? In this context, Caesar symbolizes the material physical world. A profound interpretation of this commandment would be that Caesar still needs these things in order to, unconsciously, prepare himself further. Concerning the initiate, he should not fall into the trap of doing the material work of Caesar, a work that should be left to those who cannot yet labor for their conscious growth. If we take their tasks away from them, we also take their possibility of becoming the son of their deeds. At a more subtle level, we could interpret this fifth commandment as follows: we should not use the gifts issued from initiation for the material aspects of life. These gifts should be reserved only to help one achieve his growth. If healing somebody helps his growth, it is granted. If healing cannot take place, we have to go beyond the current concept of death which results from materialism, and only remember that which is taught through inner experience, that is, that death is only a change of kingdom. 6. Do not demonstrate the doctrines through miracles. In the heat of the first realizations, many students attempted to present metaphysical certainties to their parents and friends by means of occult operations which seem to have miraculous characteristics, to a layman. This is a very serious error. Not only do you not help anyone this way, but moreover it is harmful to them. Inner metaphysical certainty is only acquired individually. No one has the right to provide certainty to anyone else. As a matter of fact, the only thing you can provide is the means to access certainty. In addition, possessing metaphysical certainty implies its counterpart of responsibility. Consequently, we shouldn't take away the privilege of ignorance from those who could not bear knowledge, because during the great passage when they'll judge themselves, they won't be able to tell their own conscience, "I did not know." Knowledge gives freedom but also its counterpart of responsibility. The sixth commandment can also be expressed in the following form: do not tear the veil from the temple. As a matter of fact, the veil of the temple is the wall of matter separating the two kinds of consciousness. We can teach each one the use of the trumpets of Jericho, which is to destroy the walls, but we have absolutely no right to reveal the marvels of the powers of the celestial Jerusalem. Each one has to discover them on his own. It is important to understand that initiation leads one to his own revelation, and this revelation is the only one for him. Discussing someone else's revelation may perhaps give us a hint of what ours may be, but in the case of their divergence, our own revelation alone should count for us. There are in this world as many revelations as there are beings, because even though all the beings are equivalent to start with, they all differ during involution and devolution. Be free in spirit to prepare yourself to receive your own revelation. Do not forget 3 pitfalls which are very difficult to avoid if you make a demonstration: the pride of the operator and exaggerated gratitude from the receivers, which, in a way, is equivalent to a salary. Do not sell the gift of God, the risk of becoming overwhelmed with healing requests or miracles which you cannot satisfy for many reasons, material as well as esoteric. This may cause serious problems. 7. You shall have neither master nor servant. Human brotherhood doesn't require master or slave. Whoever presents himself at the gate of the temple is at once the servant of the Eternal and the prodigal son of the return. The recognized son of the Eternal cannot accept a master of this world. He may only accept a pilot for the journey on the cosmic sea. Inner freedom is a condition essential to the opening of the gate of the temple. Man's growth is to start with the slave that we are at the 0 point of the journey, in order to realize our becoming a free infinite. We should therefore exert our freedom, and this is often more uncomfortable than to take refuge in the protection of a master or pseudo-master. Everything we just mentioned is only an indication, a basic key that each of you should adapt to his own lock. Here, as with other lessons, we provide a work support, but each one of you should build his own personal temple through his own efforts. However, it is good to remember 2 items as long as the inner contact is not solidly established. To act in our world, we should examine the facts in light of reason without becoming a slave to reason. In the search for spiritual inspiration, only level 6, the level of the heart, can bring us directly to the resonances we need. Oratory work. When we work in the oratory, it is always useful to understand what we are doing. In the beginning of this class, we gave only a few indications to help you with this work, but without explaining the reasons for it, because a certain amount of practical knowledge is necessary to start with. We are adding complementary information below. Energy, for energies are omnipresent in man: fire, air, water, earth. Fire and air concern man's spiritual part, the purifying element of which is fire. This energy is present in the air we breathe. The air of the atmosphere is only the support. Deep breathing outside in the countryside, and in addition the square breathing exercise, aim at reinforcing the element fire and thus improve our psyche. Earth and water concern the material side of our being, the purifying element of which is water. This energy uses ordinary water as a support. This element is most concentrated in the rainwater which has just been gathered. We can, if we are certain of its quality, drink a glass of it before our oratory work. In addition, as we already mentioned, it is useful to concentrate on the purifying power of water when you are having a shower. Candles. The 2 lit candles in the oratory symbolize the duality of the subtle energy in the finite world. They also symbolize the 2 columns of the temple gate. But if we undertake a work concerning the unitary levels 1, 2 and 3, we only light 1 candle. Some schools advise, whenever possible, to light the fire in the oratory from the solar fire. With the help of a magnifying glass, ignite a piece of paper which you use to light one of the 2 candles, which in turn serve to light the other one. Never extinguish the candles by blowing on them. Breath, a symbol of the creation of life, should not destroy fire, the symbol of the energy of life. Mirror, concerning the mirror which lies between the 2 candles, it is for us the symbol of the gate of the temple in our oratory. To pass through the mirror is to symbolically enter the temple. Incense, you can personally choose the incense. It has a purifying power on the psychic environment. As you advance, you may verify that certain spontaneous spiritual contacts provoke a smell of incense in your environment. At that moment, strive to obtain mental voidness. Closing, after each oratory session, do not forget the word or the closing gesture. Its role is to replace us or reframe us in the physical world which is ours. As a matter of fact, in the same way, it is during our passage into this world, level 10, that the true evolutionary work takes place. Proposed exercise, concentration on the heart center. It is necessary, in order to progress on the esoteric path, to be in harmony with our environment and to be a being of heart. We can provoke this state more easily by working on level 6. Start as usual. Light 3 candles in front of the mirror. The center one should be higher than the other 2. These 3 candles symbolize the trinity of consciousness on that level. Place the hexagram, the 2 reversed triangles on the hexagon, in front of you and draw a central point. Concentrate on this point and strive to sense your heart there. It is an activation of the heart center. Also sense that the fire triangle of the hexagram brings universal love into our heart. Meditate, get up and perform the closing gesture or say the closing word. Then note the possible observations. Ora et labora. The philosophers of nature Appendix #1, the worlds and the veils Appendix-1. The worlds and the veils. The world of the earth possesses a unitary state of consciousness for the sole reason that there is only one space-time in this world. In the solar, levels 4, 5, 6, and lunar, levels 7, 8, 9, worlds, man is simultaneously aware of 3 space-times, at least toward the end of his stay in one of these 2 worlds. Thus, how accurately we interpret on this world or level, the experiences or contacts with these other worlds is important. On the other hand, in the highest world, levels 1, 2, 3, space-time no longer exists and the expression of consciousness becomes unitary. As we saw on the chart of Lesson 3, there are veils separating these worlds, the veil of the abyss, the veil of the second death and the veil of birth and death. These veils are similar in a sense but at different levels. Through the veil of the abyss, the being leaves the world of eternity for the finite world. He temporarily loses his supreme state. Through the veil of the second death, the being passes from the solar world, the world of light, to the lunar world, the much heavier world of water. Through the veil of birth and death, the passage into our world, through birth, is the true death because at that moment the new prison of flesh neutralizes all the mental elements resulting from the previous incarnation. At birth, the child progressively loses the perception of what lies beyond this veil. This veil is opaque to the layman but not as rigid as we may think. In fact, if we could treat the blood of the newborn child alchemically, he would keep this perception. It is the same for the adult, at least partially, if we use this particular method or other ones, breathing, magical techniques. Moreover, you automatically recover this perception during astral projection or at death because it is the physical body's material density which blots out the more subtle density of the astral. When the physical body leaves the intermediary bodies, 9 to 4, we have at once a vision of the levels just above ours, 9 or 9 and 8 or 9 and 7 according to the degree of evolution. At the time of terrestrial death, the physical body is destroyed which liberates the other bodies, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. At the second death, the lunar bodies are destroyed, and this liberates the other bodies, 6, 5, 4. The result is an astral cadaver. These astral cadavers are precisely what are used in spiritist and mediumistic practices, and their contact is not without danger. Lesson 12. Service and the Invisible Order. Service. If you want to advance on the esoteric path, after the first steps have been accomplished, you should make an effort to serve. The first principle to be applied on the path, in relation to our world, is that we should not seek to get more through the esoteric path but to become more. We should accept the gifts of the invisible, but it is not a good practice to request them. On the other hand, it is of great importance to accept what is asked of you and to work on it. Any individual who has started to lift the barrier of birth and death, automatically enters this authentic esoteric organization, the one which doesn't proceed from the earth plane but from the invisible world. The invisible order in the New sur le Sanctuaire, Cloud over the Sanctuary, Carl von Eichhardt-Schausen speaks to us of this invisible order. We quote here a few lines. This community of light has been in existence since the first day of creation and shall last until the end of times. It is the society of the chosen ones who know light from darkness and separate that which is pure. This community possesses a school in which all those who thirst for knowledge are instructed by the Spirit of Wisdom itself, and all the mysteries of God or nature are preserved for the children of light. A perfect knowledge of God, nature and humanity are the objects of the teachings of this school. Through it all truths penetrate this world. This school of wisdom has always remained shrouded in secrecy, hidden from the world, because it is invisible and submits to divine governance only. This community has no outer barriers. One who may be chosen by God is exactly like the first one. He is among others without presumption and is welcomed without jealousy. Anyone can hope to enter the path, and any man can teach one who is seeking the path, but only the mature one shall enter. One who is ready is joined to the chain, perhaps at the moment when he feels the least capable and even may not be aware of it. Striving to become ready is the continuous effort of one who loves wisdom. The text just quoted dates back to the time when religion was quite powerful, and the phraseology is adapted in consequence. But here, as for the various philosophical schools which attempted to speak on the subject, we have to admit that very few real things have been said. Thus, for our benefit, we shall attempt to gain an understanding of the very nature of the invisible order. It is, in fact, a group of beings, incarnated or not, who definitely went through the initiation of the nadir and who later have acquired a degree of inner realization. These beings are members of this order insofar as they have accepted the responsibility of serving the cause of universal evolution. This order has no organized physical structure, but it can be influential in certain philosophical groups or schools. Its hierarchy, if there is any, doesn't result from the degree of inner realization attained. All members have risen to a point of evolution sufficient to enable them to receive the teaching and the necessary instructions for their work without the information passing through any material channel of the earth plane. In all of them the little king accepts the rules of the great king, the higher self, and instructions can be transmitted as a consequence of the acquisition of the inner transparency. With each step on the path, the scope of the action increases. But all these beings remain free because wisdom guides each one by applying the laws of nature justly at the level of the degree attained. In this domain wisdom reunite order and freedom. In her work no being of the earthly plane can open the doors of the invisible order. Only your inner master can do that in you, and he does it only when you prepared yourself for that. If it were otherwise, universal justice would be betrayed. Once again, you can only be the son of your deeds, nothing else. The degree of one's penetration of the invisible order depends upon the transparency you have attained or the breaking of your inner barriers. The only thing others can do for you is to indicate how you can progressively overcome these barriers which limit you in your awareness while in awe of the world of matter. In this work, helping yourself is the first condition if you wish to be admitted to serve. As a matter of fact, in this domain you can help others validly only insofar as you have started and advanced in the work. Contacts. As we mentioned already, the first condition before being admitted to the preparatory work is to have cleared the initiation of the nadir. During the preparatory work there is no or little conscious contact besides psychic experiences during sleep. There is, however, a constant physical phenomenon which is translated as a permanent occult protection which, regardless of one's life events, renders your esoteric work always possible. Toward the end of the preparatory work, concrete opportunities of service will present themselves. Their domain may vary a lot, but generally they mostly concern esoteric teachings. Above all, do not imagine that an invisible master is going to be present. We have provided a teaching using symbols. It provides a basis that you should adapt to your own path. The aim of the work with symbols is to gain access to genuine teachings, not ours, but those of the night school. This might occur in your dreams. In this way, you'll find yourself in a strange state quite different from the dream state. You might feel more conscious than during the waking state, but you won't be aware of your body. You'll find yourself in a classroom, seated, or rather placed in the first round the master will appear to teach. Again, remember that no master is going to bother with you. The master who teaches is your higher self. The students behind you are your past incarnations. Part of the teaching is direct, the other part occurs through symbols, especially if your way is alchemy or Kabbalah. Consequently, it is important to study these subjects in order to decode the teaching. A series of night experiences occurs and generally lasts several years. The first series appears like dreams, going through caves, tunnels, speleology, etc., and little by little the dream becomes more alive and familiar, so much so that from the start, you'll know its future unfoldment. You'll know all the ways and obstacles. Once this series is mastered, which concerns the element earth, the series of the element water will replace it, then air, and finally fire. After these 4 series, a direct teaching takes place during the night which deals with your initiatory path. Then the 4 series will start again at a different level, and so on. Paths interspersed with initiations, see Appendix 2. As soon as you wake up, write down these symbols and the teaching without delay, because the elements are not fixed and therefore volatilize easily, at least in the beginning. In our world, writing alone definitely fixes knowledge. We should strive to efficiently concentrate the symbolic part if possible into a single word. This word will later become a symbol and a key to awaken all the domains concerned with the teaching of the night. From that moment on, but not before, you'll be admitted into service. Your work for service will be indicated during the night, and the conditions needed for its execution will be spontaneously realized. Do not seek great accomplishments for yourself, for you'll be progressively enlightened as you advance in your preparation. The inner master, again our only master, is our inner master who is in each of us. A genuine master, that is, a recognized servant of the invisible, is never presented as such, and if he accepts the role of guiding some, he leaves them nonetheless the most complete freedom. A true guide doesn't impose trials, doesn't seek to have authority on the ones he guides, at best he advises them. We explained that man involves and evolves after his initiation of the nadir. Here is an example which can be useful to you. When the initiate of level 6 received the order to create a new religious current, he was reascending, therefore he mastered the positive laws of that level. At the same time period, Simon the magician, who is also from level 6, possessed the same powers, but the absence of the initiation of the nadir led him to use the negative aspects of the laws of that level. Nowadays, numerous pseudo-masters are in the same position, that is, at a high level but on a descent, involving the action of demonstrating the faculties of these levels indicates a descent situation. How could a being whose involution is not complete help those who are reascending? Know how to recognize the false prophets. Remember that your progress does not depend upon you alone. Seriously study the 7 rules of the Forma Fraternitatis, which are the material expression of the invisible order. We need wisdom and reason without letting reason dry up our heart. Heart and sensitivity without falling into the trap of sentimentality. Oratory work. If you practice a so-called secret or occult science, sooner or later you'll be led to use the energies of the geniuses of the presence or the planetary geniuses. Lesson 6. To use them you should first obtain an ample reserve of energy by practicing the descent of energies as indicated in the exercise of Lesson 9, either for level 1 or level 10. We can never say it enough, in order to reactivate his energies man doesn't have the right to perturb nature in this domain, therefore he can only start with level 1 exclusively, in which there is an infinite amount of energy. proposed exercise, drawing energy from one level only when you need to draw some energy at a particular level for your oratory work, it is necessary, if not imperative, for you to have already performed a descent of energies from level 1 to level 10 several times, and the last time shouldn't have been more than a week prior. Usual setup. Work during the active hour of the planetary genius radiation which corresponds to this level. Suppose you need to draw energy from level 5, Mars, you have the choice of either working during the first hour on Tuesday or any other hour of the Mars genius on that day or another day except for Sunday. As a matter of fact, it is good to be alert here because there are some daily incompatibilities, see Appendix #1. Place the symbols of level 5 in front of you, the pentagon, the inscribed polygon and the planetary sign, see Oratory Lesson 4. Vibrate the 4 names of this level in the following sequence: fire, air, water, earth. Meditate a few moments in a state of receptivity in order to place yourself in resonance with the energy you are drawing. Perform the closing gesture or the closing word. Of course, the use of astrological energies by using the hours of the geniuses of the presence is not incompatible with classic positional astrology. The latter, following the astral configuration of the moment, will add or subtract effectiveness from the influence of the genius of the presence. Ora et labora. The philosophers of nature appendices, #1 favorable and unfavorable combinations of the geniuses of the presence. 2. The esoteric path. Addendum, end of the course. Appendix #1 favorable and unfavorable combinations of the geniuses of the presence. The favorable or unfavorable character of these combinations is valid only in the event you are read to DRWN from a single level. Saturday, the day of Saturn, it is better not to use Jupiter or Mercury. Sunday, the day of the Sun, do not choose Mars. Monday, the day of the Moon, there is no hostile planet. Tuesday, do not use the Sunday. Wednesday, the day of Mercury, do not use Saturn. Day, the day of Jupiter, do not use Saturn. Friday, the day of Venus, there is no hostile planet. On the other hand, there are favorable combinations. Monday, Mercury is propitious. Wednesday, the Moon or the Sun are propitious. Friday, the Sun is propitious. If, during the action hours of the day, the energy which is radiated by the planetary genius is positive, the energy radiated during the night is negative. The action hours of the night remain under the influence of the planetary genius of the day, but the first genius of the night acquires a certain strength. Thus, the night from Saturday to Sunday starts with Mercury, hostile to Saturn. The negative aspects of the night are powerful. The night from Sunday to Monday starts with Jupiter, indifferent to the Sun, as Jupiter is a small sun somewhat like the Sun of the Sunday. There is no specific negative effects in the night from Monday to Tuesday. The night from Tuesday to Wednesday starts with Saturn, opposed to Mars in the Tree of Life. The negative aspects of the night are weakened in that way. The night from Wednesday to Thursday starts with the Sunday, the Sun-Mercury compatibility, and the paths of the Tree of Life ruled by these two planets give a great significance to this night for psychic and spiritual realizations. The night from Thursday to Friday is presided over by the Moon and is under the influence of Jupiter. It makes for an easy contact with the lunar world, the astral of Yetzirah. The night from Friday to Saturday is presided over by Mars, the complementary of Venus. It is the night of Good Friday in which the combined elements of Venus and Mars prepare the trial of initiation. Appendix # to the esoteric path. Excerpt from the Little Philosopher of Nature. We often repeat that it is not good to speak to others about personal mystical or psychic experiences which result from your esoteric work. There are 2 essential reasons for this advice. Experience shows that the fact of telling one's private experiences generally stops their sequence either temporarily or for good. The second reason is that the very nature of these experiences renders them difficult to believe for the one who didn't experience them. We believe, however, that, without giving any specific details about an initiation experience, there is a sure advantage in describing its broad outlines. In this way, everyone has a chance to understand the mechanism of these phenomena and can have a better idea of the path he walked already if he is granted the grace of one of these experiences. We were led to believe that these experiences sooner or later present themselves in the form of a triple series of 3 experiences and that this phenomenon is probably repeated 4 times. However, to this day we are not sure whether one can live through more than a series of 9 experiences in the course of a single terrestrial existence. First series of 3 experiences, we found common points in the stories of the ones who lived through them either partially or totally: normal physical waking state, symbolism of passing through a threshold, doorstep, threshold of a gate, entering an alleyway, a forest, etc. A peculiar, strange atmosphere, once you have passed the threshold. The surrounding dates back to a distant past, sometimes several centuries, as the houses and costumes of the people present can testify. The latter do not seem to perceive the one to be initiated. Also, the one to be initiated should not establish any contact with the people he meets. Vision of a chapel, a temple or a great mansion, the gate of which attracts you like a magnet. Entering a worship space and attending the service always presided over by priestesses in orange clothing. Exit, return and going back through the threshold. Everything is complete. Within the next few seconds a small event prevents you from finding again the location you just left and sometimes even the threshold. We have concluded that this first series is an initiation on levels 9, the Moon, 8, Mercury, and 7, Venus. Insofar as the ceremony of initiation leaves you the choice, it is likely that you'll find the same symbols as those of the level concerned in the initiatory chamber. Next, after a delay of 6 to 18 months, you may verify that certain functions corresponding to the levels have been awakened. The Moon, without changing anything or by changing only a few things, eliminates all the obstacles which were blocking the initiatory path. Mercury transforms the being into a miniature thought Hermes that you can grow through your work if your choice is magus or alchemist. Venus provides understanding and a certain authority over nature. Second series of 3 experiences, they take place at night, during sleep or in an in-between state before sleep. Note that they could take place before the series of the 3 previous ones. The state of consciousness you are in is not the dream state as it is a superconscious state. Very often, the ceremony of initiation takes place in a temple located on top of an unending staircase. The planetary characteristic of these experiences is difficult to explain. In a sense, although they are higher than the initiations of the first series, these experiences are less dramatic in terms of consciousness. They concern level 6, Sun, level 5, Mars, and level 4, Jupiter. The result as before is an awakening of the functions of the 3 concerned levels. These functions are difficult to explain in writing except maybe for Jupiter, which provides a profound awakening in the esoteric domain. Comparing the effects of these 2 series of experiences on the terrestrial consciousness is important. In the first series, only the element time is modified in terms of consciousness. If there is a modification of space, its aspect remains essentially terrestrial. Thus, consciousness is very quickly adapted to this situation. Some people only realize the anomaly of the situation when they see the priestesses dressed in orange. In the second series of experiences, the 2 elements time and space are strongly modified. Therefore there is here the possibility of erroneous interpretations. It is particularly the case with the planetary characteristic of the experience, probably due to the very strong influx of the genius of the presence of the concerned level. Therefore a certain number of individuals think that the initiation took place on different planet than Earth. Things become much clearer and more logical if we think that it is an initiation occurring in our own inner world. Third series of 3 experiences, it concerns the higher triad, levels 3, 2, 1. These experiences are beyond space and time because the space-time duality melted into unity, eternity. We think that these initiations have no duration on the terrestrial plane and that, whatever the interpretation made later for the physical consciousness, the experience did not exist in time. Otherwise the physical vehicles of the domain of the finite would be irrevocably destroyed by the contact with the infinite. What do we draw from contacts with these initiations? It is practically impossible to describe these experiences because we cannot access the infinite through the channel of a finite and limited language. so what we can narrate later is but a mutilation of that which has been received. First, we acquire the knowledge that the being is and that it is impossible that it could be otherwise. That is why the universe is and the void is not. Consciousness in this state is omniscient, everything is known. At once we know and we are aware of all beings. The illusion of time and space disappears into eternity. With each of these three experiences an element of knowledge remains. After the return a function of the higher levels is awakened. In the beginning, we mentioned that these three series of experiences were actually quadruple, that is 4 times 9 experiences. As a matter of fact, we think that each series of these experiences corresponds to one of the 4 elements in each level. The first is the initiation in all levels with the element earth, the second with water, the third with air and the fourth with fire. There is a 5th series, the last one, which occurs with the quintessence, the balance of the 4 elements, but we do not believe it useful to describe this last series here. Note that if we take level 10 and the 5th series into account, the sequence of the 50 resulting initiations is the passage through the 50 doors of wisdom. It is said that Solomon passed the 49th but failed at the 50th. This text may seem to contradict the initial warning. Actually it is not the case.